Welcome to this meeting of the Board of Education. This meeting is being televised live on AACPS TV and streamed on AACPS's YouTube channel. General information and protocols for this meeting are posted on the sign by the doorway as you enter the room, so please make sure you read those if you have not already. Please pause for the invocation. O God, we pray to administer that which is just in all educational policies, being ever mindful of your guidance. Stir us to action with love, wisdom, and understanding. For the pledge.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And now for approval of the minutes.
Move to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? Do I have consensus to approve the minutes? No dissent? All right, the minutes have been approved. Establish agenda order. Do I have a motion?
Madam President, subsequent to the adoption of the fiscal year 2022 operating budget under item 4.01 of today's agenda, I move that the board add the following items to the agenda. Item 4.03, ratification of the negotiated agreement between the Board of Education and the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, brackets ASME Local 1693. Item 4.04, ratification of the negotiated agreement between the Board of Education and the Secretaries and Assistants Association of Anne Arundel County, or SAAC. Item 4.05, terms of employment for Unit 1 employees. Item 4.06, terms of employment for Unit 2 employees. Item 4.07, terms of employment for Units 5 and 6 employees.
Do I have a second? Second. Do I have consensus to amend the agenda? Do I have a motion to adopt the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Consensus? Okay. Item 2.05, Teachers Association of Anne Arundel County. Mr. Russell Leon.
Good evening, President Ellis, Vice President Schalheim, Dr. Alato, and members of the board. My name is Russell Leone. My pronouns are he, him, his. I'm an elementary school teacher and president of the Teachers Association of Anne Arundel County. And tonight, I bring a message of thanks and good wishes. This year, educators relied on our relationships with families in ways that had not been seen before. We truly thank our students' families for their patience, support, and understanding as we navigated situations that changed drastically, sometimes weekly during the school year. Your partnership has meant the world to us. Thank you to our administrators and support staff. Teachers don't work in a bubble, and we absolutely don't succeed in a bubble. Administrative and support staff have been navigating this often messy year with us and with compassion and dedication to doing what's best for our students. And to our students, we say how proud we are of you. This was such a challenge for you as well, to be in separate spaces from your teachers and your peers, but still learning as best you could. We wish you the best as you move on to the next grade. And we want to congratulate our newly graduated seniors. You will have a unique story to tell about the capstone year of your public education. Much success to you in the future. I also tonight want to highlight something I had appeared before the board a couple months ago, where we advertised we have some tax scholarships that we give away. And this year, TAC has awarded 10 scholarships to graduating seniors. We had a total of 34 applicants, which is one of the largest pools we've ever seen. And there was representation from almost all of our high schools. So I'd like to take a moment to recognize those 10 awardees of our scholarships. We have Jolia Garcia from Old Mill High School, Olivia Wells, Arundel High School, Paige Tooley, Chesapeake High, Rafi Mirza, Chesapeake Science Point, Simi Akinkwua, North County High School, Donovan Dorsey, Arundel High, Colin Ryan, Park High School, Allison Ballard, Brodnick High, Austin Greenlee, Brodnick High, and Devanya Leonard from Annapolis High School. We truly wish them the best in their endeavors in college, as well as all of the other graduating seniors. And TAC continues to listen to the voice of our students, and I'm proud to say, in closing, that this Saturday, TAC will be represented at the first annual Juneteenth parade. We march in support of our Black and Brown students and staff, and we also invite all of those who are not familiar with Juneteenth to learn about its significance in the true telling of our history. Thank you so much for this time. I really appreciate it. And to you on the board, I hope you have a great summer. Thank you so much.
Congratulations to the scholarship winners. Thank you, Mr. Lee. Next, we have item 2.06, recognitions. We have two this evening. The first is regarding our graduations this year. Dr. Arlotto?
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, members of the board. Just wanted a brief thank you first to you, members of the board, for making the effort to be part of our commencement exercises. Your words at each one of those graduations were well received, and you make your presence make our graduations in any given year that much more special. But this year was particularly special. You witnessed what we see as a team each and every day are the amazing people that make up AACPS. It is the people that make the difference in any school system, in any organization, but particularly within a school system. And our people came together to bring our students, our graduating seniors, the wonderful class of 2021 and their families, in-person commencement exercises in a really strong fashion. I'm really very proud of this system, very proud of the people that were able to pull it together. And so with that, we just have a brief video presentation that I'd like you to watch that our team in design and print put together to commemorate and remember the wonderful people, including our class of 2021, in putting these graduation ceremonies together. It was quite a feat to get all 12 done in 5 days, despite Mother Nature.
Mother Nature. Aw. Yes, yes, Drake. Oh, cicadas.
The guests of honor.
Yes, Miss Jackson. Get it, girl. Mr. Dykstra. Aw. Oh, that's a sharp picture.
Cool looking.
Oh, goodness. Yes. Go, Robert. Oh. Darn radar.
So thank you again. Thank you to this amazing team for all of their work. It took months and months of preparation. And because of this team's hard work, I think we were able to put together really high quality commencement exercises for our students and their families. I do want to point out one of the pictures you saw was of a sign that said Mid-Atlantic Community Church, and they had a big sign over that said, "We love AACPS." As we were going through the process of this coordination, we needed an off-site place to park cars. And so as a partner of ours, the community church was wonderful. And so not only were we using their parking lot, and you didn't see this behind the scenes, but all of the staff of Crofton High School, we needed the parking spaces, all 500 plus for each day. They parked at that church, and we ran shuttles beginning of the day and at the end of the day for the staff at Crofton. All of the workers, the flaggers, and all of the workers that made these graduations possible parked at the community church, and we ran shuttles. Each staff from each high school at each one 3 times a day parked at the community church, and we ran shuttles. And throughout the day, starting at 6 o'clock in the morning and sometimes ending at 11 o'clock at night, the members of the community church were there to hand out food and water and drinks and a high five and a thank you for what you are doing with our children each and every day. They are simply amazing and wonderful partners. And Alex Sheknovich did a super job and his team of coordinating all of that, making sure the shuttles and the buses were running. It was just, so I wanted to point that out as one of our community partners and how wonderful they are. And they put that sign up. We didn't ask them to put that sign up. And they were literally there morning, noon, and night to support our staffs as they were coming and going from that site because we needed every single parking space. As you saw, those lots were full for many of those graduations we needed every one of those parking spaces. And so they were a fabulous community partner. So thank you for that.
Thank you for sharing that, Dr. Arlotto. I would like the MAC to get a personal thank you from the board. Oh, good. And wow, what a feel-good video that was. And it really captured the amazing effort from everyone involved. I mean, when I was driving along and I would see under these hats and sunglasses and vests, I'm like, I know that person. It's just amazing how it was all hands on deck, and it went phenomenally smooth. Just incredible.
Our incredible photographer was there.
Yes.
The sound and TV crew that were there each and every day throughout each one of them. So thank you.
Ms. Schalheim?
Yes, I just also want to say thank you. I know we're probably going to have 8 thank yous.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I'll just-
Thank you to Dr. Arlotto. Thank you to all the staff involved. Thank you, Mr. Mosier. Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Thank you to all the flaggers, just everyone. I thought the ceremonies were simply lovely. I could have done without the cicadas and the humidity, but it was just a glorious week, and I'm grateful. Thank you.
I forgot where we're starting tonight. I'm just going to go back to the beginning because I know everyone would like to say something. Ms. Corkett, I believe.
Thank you, President Ellis. I just want to extend my gratitude and congratulations. I had the chance to attend 2 of our many graduations, and they were absolutely spectacular. And just to see, only those of us who were on stage could really see the expressions outside of the TV's capturing of it as we were going through it. And I don't think I've ever felt so much joy and elation as I did watching one of our graduating students smile and take a bow. For some of these kids, it was so hard to cross the line. And I know our principals would have liked to recognize each and every single one. They did an outstanding job. And the flexibility among weather did not deter us from making sure that each and every one of our graduating students, and those who will soon be graduating shortly thereafter, receive the accolade and support that they deserve. And I'm just real excited. Next year is a new year, but we are still in this year. And for this moment, once again, congratulations to everyone.
I don't remember where we're starting tonight. Ms. Antwine.
I just want to point out what I'm thinking all of you guys would point out as well. I want to share tremendous gratitude. You allowed everyone at these ceremonies to take that big sigh of relief after such an arduous couple of years. It was immaculate. It was beautiful. Everything was just perfection. And I've graduated high school eons ago, and the pomps and circumstance being played never got old. So thank you all for that. But a really special thanks for the safety and security. Thousands of people at the bigger graduations and even at the smaller graduations, everyone felt safe and ready to celebrate. So thank you.
Mr. Silkworth.
Thank you, President Ellis. I've had many moments throughout my career when I've been proud to be an educator. I have to tell you that last week was clearly one of the moments when I just can't tell you how proud that I am to be an educator and how proud I am of the people. Schools are not made with brick and mortar, they're made with the people. And we were given a VIP sticker. And as I was driving up and I was treated as a VIP, and I'm thinking to myself, why? I'm not this VIP. The VIPs last week were students, of course, who graduated, absolutely. But all of the educators who clearly had a commitment to make this happen so that our Anne Arundel County students could walk across a stage. It was absolutely amazing. And Dr. Alada, on behalf of myself, this board, it was awesome. Your staff was awesome. The teachers that showed up, they were awesome. Thank you so much.
Ms. Frank.
I was lucky enough to attend 2 graduations myself, and Northeast was my first, and it was so incredible to experience that for the first time. And then I thought, how could this get any better? And then Chesapeake's, we have that phenomenally intense picture that I'm sure a lot of you saw. But the students, when they thought that we had to clear the field, were so excited to get back on the field. And I was so worried that they wouldn't get back on that field. And when they did, the energy was just amazing. So I'm so thankful that we had the expertise to keep everybody safe, but also to make sure that we got back. And I want to point out just a couple of things. The staff made sure that all of the seats were dry, and they toweled off every single seat while we stood there and waited so that the students would look good in their regalia. And it was so special that they took the time to do that. And they had the foresight to have the towels, which was, great job. That was great. And then I also want to say I was, my first day, again, back at Northeast. One of the funnest moments of that was when Miss Jackson pulled up in that little go-kart and she said, "I'm driving you." And I was like, well, this is going to be great. This is going to be a blast. And we had fun. She drove me all the way up to the front. So thank you very much, Miss Jackson. I got a great selfie out of that. That's awesome. But there were some really just beautiful human moments. And I was so honored to participate. And I am so humbled and thankful that I could do this. So I really appreciate you and all of the work that you have put in, and everybody in this room who has put in to making that possible for everyone. I'm sure that the students appreciated it as much as well. So thank you.
Mr. Smith.
I mean, I just have to say that last week was probably one of the best weeks of my high school. I mean, I attended the first graduation, which I thought was pretty good. And I got to attend, 3 more, and I attended the very last graduation, Glen Burnie, and I didn't think anything could top Meade High School, but somehow they did, right? We learned day by day and just got better and better. And I know it was a hard week for all the staff, but on behalf of all the families, the graduating class of 2021, thank you all. But my thank you is not enough. Their individual thank yous is not enough. It's the smiles that we just saw on the faces, the smiles we saw day by day, and it will be the smiles that the students and their families will get seeing the pictures years from now, seeing the diplomas years from now. I mean, this was just a magical week. Every time I stepped out of my car, I just said, wow, because this was something of military precision. I mean, it was a week full of pomp and circumstance and precipitation and cicadas. It, and humidity. It was great. So once again, just thank you all. It was magical.
Dr. Tobin.
Yes, thank you. Everything has been said. Let me just add that I was privileged to attend 5 graduations, and there were the big grand ones, which the coordination was extraordinary. And I have to say, for anyone who has not had an opportunity to watch the spoken word poem by the Annapolis High student speaker, Ms. Edlyn Aguilar, I urge you to do so. That was an extraordinary moment for, I think, Ms. Jackson and I and others on the stage, unlike anything I've ever seen. And so I've never been prouder of all of our students, but that was extraordinary. but I also was privileged. There was a picture of the graduation at Marley Glen where two extraordinary young men graduated, and the care and precision that went into that ceremony by that staff, which they had thought they were all set up for a beautiful outdoor ceremony. The weather did not cooperate. They had to move it indoors. The amount of work that went into it for those families was just every bit as remarkable as the grand scale that we saw on display at Crofton High. The same was true for the Phoenix school graduation, where I was privileged to speak, and also the one that kicked us all off, the evening high school graduation, which was just amazing. So I couldn't be prouder of all of our students, all of our teachers, all of our staff, and the community that came out to support them. And I wish nothing but good things for the class of 2021. So thank you.
Yeah, I have to mention Central Special was our last graduation. I had the privilege to attend that and say a few words, but yeah, every time I attend one of those graduations at our special schools, I'm just amazingly moved by what's going on in those schools. Incredible. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, everyone. And we have another recognition. Tonight is the last meeting with our student member of the board, Mr. Drake Smith, and that makes me very sad. Mr. Smith, you have been an incredible addition to this board, and your colleagues would like to present you with a couple of things here. And direct me, Mr. Mosier, if we should be someplace. I'm just, okay. First for you. Clock. You will have that sitting on your mantle 30 years from now, remembering your days.
No excuse.
Wow. And another for you. It is a very cool watch. Yes.
The Lions, right? Yeah. There you go. I feel like orange. Thank you all.
Of course. So, Mr. Mosier, yeah, I'm certainly going to offer words for everyone. I'm sorry. Oh, go ahead. Oh, there is one more thing. That's right, Dr. Alana.
Yep. So thank you. And I know your colleagues are already pressing lights and they want to talk about you, but I'm going to do that first and say thank you. Most importantly, thank you for engaging. It takes many, sometimes many meetings for a student board member to get warmed up to their colleagues and to the process and to the pattern of a meeting. And I always encourage our board members each and every year, our student board members, to engage. And you engage from meeting one There was no question about it. And so we are a better school system because of your engagement, because you really took very seriously your role as the voice of students. And to know that it's appreciated, and clearly you have gained the trust and support of your colleagues because they wanted to hear from you. They wanted to know what the student perspective was. And you took the time and energy throughout the year, whether it was on Instagram or Facebook or whatever it was, to reach out to students to learn what they were thinking, and that you could bring that back to the student, bring it back to your colleagues here on the board in whatever decisions were before the board. So know how much it is appreciated, and you will certainly be missed. So with that in mind, we have a couple of gifts. One is we have your parking sign, your parking space from Meade High School. So just in case Dr. Rivers is looking for it, I have it, and now you have it. You can bring that to school with you. And we have a collage of you and your colleagues and some of your work, including Let's Talk Justice, some of the great work that you've done. So congratulations. Which way do you want?
That's great. That's great.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well done. Thank you. Well done.
And now I'm not paying any attention to lights because I know everyone has something they'd like to say. But I would first like to start with a special guest that we have with us this evening, Mr. Gilliland.
Thank you, Madam President, Madam Vice President, members of the board, Dr. Arlotto. It's always a pleasure to see you. First, this is my first time seeing the new board, so welcome to the newest members. And it's very special for me. It's my first time seeing my high school French teacher on the dais.
Yeah, I was usually on that side.
So, bien de vous voir encore, spécialement ici. But I really appreciate the invitation to be here. Thank you to Mrs. Howe and the board, so that I could at least say thank you for your service, Mr. Smith. I can say Drake now. This was probably not the year you won it, but I think the year is fortunate to have had you. You have been a stellar voice, and you brought a lot of engaging dialogue with your colleagues. You brought a lot of humor. I think we need that a little bit in here sometimes. But I really appreciate the fact that, and it's something I think that will serve you well as you move on in your academic career and professional career. And that is that you just have such tenacity. And I think that tenacious spirit, even when we'd vote something up or down and the vote's done, you still would try to make your case. And I think that's going to serve you well, but it's also going to serve people well. I think there's more in your future, perhaps in the public spotlight, whether it's elected office or something else. And I really think you're going to do the world a lot of good. I remember one of our first conversations, you had asked me what advice would I give a student board member? And I said, be a senior. And I hope you were able to be a senior in the midst of 8-hour and 10-hour meetings that you were spending here. But you came in the midst of, or at least at the tail end of the quarantine, and you're leaving the board in the midst of a 17-year cicada invasion. Mr. Mosier, I had to work that in. But I think you have served well. And you have, as I've said to other student board members, I had the privilege of serving with 6 student board members and half a year with you. And everyone brings something unique to the position and has elevated the position. This time, I seriously mean this. is going to be it's going to be hard for anyone to follow you. And I think that says a lot about you and about your work. I have a small token. This is a Maryland flag that's flown over the State House, oldest state house in the United States that's still in operation. And I know when we had virtual meetings for a while, I remember you had a Maryland flag over your shoulder from time to time. And perhaps whatever office you're in next, this flag may potentially be in that office. And if it's a legislative position or otherwise, I hope you'll look up at it from time to time and remember who gave it to you and say, how would Terry vote? So thank you, sir. Congratulations. Thank you for your service and best of luck in all that you do.
That's awesome. Okay. So I'm going to start with Dr. Tobin.
Thank you. So even though I only joined the board in December, Mr. Smith, I had the opportunity to meet you before that. And I knew we had a long conversation, I think last summer. And I knew then you would be an extraordinary member of the board. And you have been. But as has been noted, as will be noted, this is a beginning for you, not an end. You have, I think, been the right person at this time, which might have not been, as Mr. Gilliland said, the time you necessarily wanted, but it was the time that the universe gave you, and you made everything of it. And even in the few months we've actually served together, you have taught me many things. And I'm really grateful for that. And I look forward to always staying in touch. And we will miss you, but I have a feeling you won't be far from us in many ways. So thank you for everything, and congratulations. Job very well done.
Thank you. It's always a challenge, I think, for the board leadership to onboard the student board member. And now with our December, with the rest of the board, it proves itself just a little bit different. And add a layer of pandemic and everything being in virtual. Just to put it in perspective, the amount of onboarding is multiple 5-inch binder equivalencies. And the student board member takes office, and we are adopting final budgetary things and ratifying stuff, et cetera, et cetera. And so you're jumping in, and you don't always have the opportunity to meet everybody. And so I just want to commend you, because you did your homework. You did the hard work. You know, with grit, tenacity, and guile from time to time, you rose to the occasion for every single issue. And you grew, and you learned each and every step of the way. And the fact that you had not just one person advising you, but actually took into consideration and listened. Listening is so important in life. And that's a skill that you continuously have to build on, but you are well on your way. And lastly, I'll just point out the student voice, for our ability to hear it, was significantly challenged. And many barriers and obstacles still exist as we continue to transition into recovery. You provided that opportunity for us. And that's a unique opportunity and one that I certainly embrace and value. And to be clear, that he did his homework. And by doing his homework, I mean, wasn't afraid to pick up the phone to talk to other student board members across the state, not just weigh in from the students, but get a feel for what everybody else is doing to help formulate the best process, the best approach. And it was an outstanding opportunity for us. So I want to tell you how much I learned from you. That sometimes we need to rewrite the rules from time to time when necessary. And that doesn't mean we give up our passion, even if we have to concede our vote. So thank you for all that you have done. And remember, this is not just him serving the students. He has served all of Anne Arundel County as the only member in the entire nation with full voting rights. And we always walk a fine line with that. But I have to say that every single time our student members of the board have rose to the occasion to well demonstrate their capacity and respect for that honor and privilege. More so, perhaps, than even some members from time to time. And back to we've learned a lot from you, not just otherwise. I know you're going to be successful, whether you stay on the path that you think that you want to take, or whatever else life throws you as new opportunities. You're going to embrace it. And your family, I know, is very proud of you, and your brother and everyone who had an opportunity to participate and contribute to your education. The communities and the community service work that you did prior to this appointment, and I know will continue to do upon conclusion at the end of the month, because he still is a board member until the end of the month, until the new person takes office, I believe is how that is written. So we're definitely going to miss you. And like the other board members who I've served in the past, don't be a stranger. It is always a privilege and honor to hear from them, never frequently enough. But I know that you're not going away in the bigger community efforts and advocacy, and we'll do well. Thank you for your service, sir.
Ms. Antwine.
Thank you. So the last time I was with the great and fabulous Mr. Drake Smith was at the Glen Burnie graduation. And 3 years served on the board, this has never happened to me. People were asking for Drake's selfie and his autograph. It was then I had the Drake aha moment. I had taken for granted, even up to that moment, as proud as I've been of you, how much I've admired you, the fact that others got it too made all the difference. May God bless you, Drake. May God bless your family and your twin, Drew, because you all have made together a significant impact on this county and this state. What many people may not know is Mr. Smith's family has influenced this county for generations. And you are an example and an exemplary example of the fruit of their labor. It has been a blessing and a privilege to serve with you. I would be remiss if I did not say this one last thing. My son, Joey, thanks you for your friendship as well. And he reminded me that you are a humble peacemaker who fights. So I thank you for everything you have done, all that you will continue to do, and I request that you please keep in touch with the Antwines. God bless you.
Mr. Silkworth.
Thank you, President Ellis. Well, Mr. Smith, you are VIP. It has been an honor and a privilege to work with you on this Board of Education. I've taught and mentored actually 2 other students who became board members, Mr. Gilliland and Ned Carey. And I always told them, one of the things that I always told them was to be true to themselves and their beliefs about what is right for the students that they serve. And I think you have done that this year, absolutely. You know, you and I, we've not always agreed on issues. We've been on opposite sides of votes since I arrived from time to time, but yet we've listened to one another and we have agreed to collaborate and cooperate. Your future, I know, is a bright one. Stay focused, stay faithful to your beliefs and to yourself, continue your education, and cultivate the greatness that is within Greg Smith. My hope is one day that you will return to this community and you will once again play an integral role in the lives of Anne Arundel County families. And I would like to end simply by saying that we have something in common, of course, because we are, in fact, twins. And so, Drake, God bless you. God bless your family. Tell your brother that I said hello and best of luck to him. Stay safe. Stay in touch.
Ms. Frank.
Mr. Smith, you are such a hard worker. If you have shown, folks this year what a hard year to get through, and you have been here with us every single time. We've been here till 2, 3 in the morning, and I don't know how you've done that and maintained everything that you have with the other things that are required of a high school senior. It's an incredible amount of work, and it really truly speaks to your character that you've persevered through all of this. And I was incredibly moved because I did go back and stream your speech. I was so moved when you said that you struggled, because I didn't realize working with you how much it cost you. And I just really appreciate the effort that you put in. I mean, I think that you are an incredibly driven young man, and you will go very far. And I also want to say that, you've done a great job, and I appreciate it. We don't always agree, but I think that's great because we still work together, and I still appreciate you, and I hope that we've become friends. So I really thank you for everything that you've given to this board.
Ms. Shahai.
Oh, what can I say? I think you know how I feel about you. I think you're incredible. Thank you for your service to this board, to our community, to the students of Anne Arundel County. It was never your job to educate me or other members of this board, but I learned so much from you, and I'm a better human being for it. So thank you for that. I'm not gonna cry. Just never lose your passion for the issues you believe in. I admire the fight in you. Never lose that. And goodness, don't ever try to be anyone but yourself. We will all say we knew you when. All of us in this room, and your future is so bright. I have no doubt that you'll make your mark in many, many ways. And if you ever run for something, holler at your girl, because I'll volunteer on your campaign. Please stay in touch, and I'll miss you terribly.
Mr. Smith. You joined us just as my own son was graduating. I'm already crying. So I hope it doesn't come off wrong when I say that I've felt motherly towards you ever since you joined us, because I don't want that to give the impression that I have not viewed you equally as a peer, and you have certainly served that way. It's been a pleasure to collaborate with you. It's been a privilege to debate with you. It's been a joy to laugh with you. And I don't know what I'm gonna do with myself. We lost our jokester down across the way there a few months ago, and then the other one is leaving us. We need you guys in this boardroom. Um, I just I can't tell you just what an honor it's been to serve with you. You have left a mark here that is permanent. Um, your work here will live on for years to come. And of course, I wish you all the best. But please um, reach out, continue to communicate. I want to hear. I've got 2 in college now. I can answer every question you have. So and so can my kids. So yes, absolutely stay in touch. You won't be far, so I have a feeling we'll be seeing you, and particularly when something really important is going on here on the agenda, I hope to see you here. So thank you and best wishes. Now turn on that light right there and on yours, Mike.
I knew this was gonna happen. That everything you all just said is gonna trump anything that I tried to write down. I mean, I tried to put a lot of thought into what I was gonna say, but I just don't think that these couple of pages can encapsulate a year, right? Probably the hardest year this county has ever been through. But for me, it was a very tough year, but it was a year full of laughter too, memories, friendship. And President Ellis, she touched on a very important thing. Miss Frank did too, right? That I said it earlier. We really became a family on this board in this room with the staff. I mean, we've eaten dinner so many times, right? Shared so many stories so many times. Miss Frank said, Drake, how'd you do it? How'd you put in those long nights with the red eyes and the 3 a.m. board meetings? And I just said, I was just told people I was hanging out with a dozen or so of my closest friends, right? Us on the board and us in this room. But really, what more can I say but thank you all? I want to thank my parents, my siblings, and the rest of my family for really being right by my side in this journey. My friends, new and old, for being there for me, and I especially want to thank the students of Anne Arundel County for trusting me to represent all of them. I've been a student in Anne Arundel County Public Schools for 12 years and a proud resident of the county all 18 years of my life. And I have a family history in this county that goes back generations, so I've always loved Anne Arundel County. One could say that I'm a little biased, but I love the people, the places, and especially the history. So it should be no surprise to anyone when I say that the 12 years as a student in Anne Arundel County Public Schools have been nothing but great. Each year, I would say I love my teachers, I love my friends and my classmates, and I love my school. And I would often wonder, how did they get so great? It wasn't until I got to high school and became involved that I realized it was because at every chance this school system gets, we listen to our students. It doesn't matter the grade level or the topic, we just listen. It became crystal clear when I got on this board of education as I was treated with nothing but respect and professionalism from every single person that I interacted with. And that's probably going to be the thing I miss the most. Just the people. I want to thank everyone in this room because I have seen school systems where the student member is treated more like a pawn than a colleague, and that has not been the case in Anne Arundel County. I've gotten lucky to have been able in 1 year to serve on 2 iterations of this board. Not many student members can say that they serve with 11 others. And I could honestly spend the rest of my time telling stories about each and every one of them. But I'll end with saying that recently, a lot of people have lost faith in America. They have a bleak outlook on our country. But my service on this board has shown me that disagreement doesn't always have to be conducive to disrespect. And just because we don't agree doesn't mean we can't get along. I've seen time and time again where this board, over the course of this pandemic, has made very tough decisions. It wasn't easy, it wasn't always clean, and it definitely wasn't short. But it was in a deliberative and a deliberate manner that I'm proud of. I know that we've all been proud of. Even though I'll be leaving, I hope that this board continues to put equity in everything that we do and we always lift up the student voice. I'm sad to be leaving, but the circle of student leadership continues. I was preceded by a phenomenal smob, and I'll be succeeded by a phenomenal smob. Best of luck to Boomy and everything. She's going to have a fantastic year. I hope to take all the lessons, fond memories, the laughter, the friendship from this year to me with Lincoln University and beyond. Thank you all, and may God continue to bless each and every one of you. Thank you.
All right, we'll see you all next month. No. I know. All right, moving on. Item 2.07, the CRASC reports. I'll say starting with Ms. Beckett Hummer.
Yeah, that's right. Good evening, President Ellis, Vice President Schallheim, members of the board, and Dr. Alato. It's good to finally see you in person for the first time. Hello, my name is Beckett Hummer. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm a rising junior at Meade High School, and I'm proud to serve as the current CRASC Secretary of Education. CRASC would like to extend a huge congratulations to all of the AACPS students who were successfully sworn into the MASC Executive Board on May 22nd. Justin Pileska from Meade High School as president, Caroline Finn from South River High School as treasurer, Arusa Malik from South River High School as special issues director, Zach McGrath from Severna Park High School as legislative affairs coordinator, Cameron Cherries from Crofton High School as mental health affairs coordinator, and Hala Malik from Crofton High School as advocacy coordinator. Justin and Caroline were elected by the MASC General Assembly. The remaining students were appointed to their respective positions. We are very excited to watch the work, and we know that they'll represent AACPS very well. In addition, Megan Field from Brooklyn Park Middle was selected as the middle school liaison for District 4, which includes Anne Arundel County, Montgomery County, and Prince George's County. On June 2nd, we are not to the 22nd yet. On June 2nd, Miss Grace Carmichael from One Love and Miss Maureen Grizio from AACPS Teacher Specialist for Health Education attended our CRASC general meeting. They shared summer opportunities from the One Love Foundation, connections to our own health curriculum, and a toolkit for schools to start their own One Love Club. Currently, Arundel and Annapolis High School have their own clubs, and students had a strong interest, with many commenting on their enjoyment of their own high school One Loves program. The presentation was fantastic, and we thank Ms. Carmichael and Ms. Grizio and look forward to the county's future work with them. It's really hard to believe that 1 year ago, exactly, Let's Talk Justice had their first forum. In 1 year, the impact of this group has been absolutely incredible. From planning 4 forums, book studies, monthly general meetings, and reading events for elementary school students, the influence of this group has been phenomenal. On June 2nd, the team finally had the chance to meet in person for the first time, and we celebrated our graduating seniors, including Drake. Having lunch and our final meeting, we reflected on the students and were able to reach this year as well as reflect on this year as well as the seniors' future plans. Excuse me. Additionally, we had our meeting with the new general team, the 2021 and 22 Let's Talk Justice team, and we were very excited to work with them over the summer and next school year. 14 students from the CRASC exec team and the student service learning team were hosted by the Chesapeake Bay Foundation, which we learned about their programs and took a mindfulness nature walk. And we're in the Bay today, including Fletcher and I. Students enjoyed hands-on learning experiences going into the bay to see different wildlife, including crabs, fish, and the seahorse's distant cousin, which we found out about. It was a great time, and we thank the Chesapeake Bay Foundation and can't wait to work with them next year. CRASC would like to publicly state its support for the policy Safe and Inclusive Environments for LGBTQ plus students, which will be presented tonight for its third reading. Additionally, in support of Pride Month, CRASC has provided an email template in our Google Classroom for students to use to encourage their teachers to include their pronouns in their email signatures, increasing awareness of pronouns, gender identity, and showing support for the LGBTQ plus students this upcoming school year. It'll also be available on our website soon. On June 9th, CRASC held their officer elections after 3 weeks of virtual campaigning. Many phenomenal candidates ran, and I'm very excited to announce the results of the election tonight. Arusa Malik, a junior from South River High School, will be our next president. Jaden Ferris, a sophomore from South River High School, will be our vice president. Olivia Lee, a junior from Annapolis High School, will continue serving as Secretary of Legislation. Fletcher Port, a junior from Severna Park High School, will be Secretary of Education. Indu Badala, a freshman from Glen Burnie High School, will be Secretary of Service. And Darsana Oligarsarmi, a junior from Chesapeake Science Plant, will continue serving as Secretary of Public Affairs. Additionally, Michelle Fidel, a 7th grader from Old Mill Middle South, will be middle school coordinator. It has been my honor serving as Secretary of Education this year, and even if this was my only and first in-person meeting, I will continue staying active in this county, so look out for me in the future. I'll now hand it over for Fletcher Port for some closing remarks.
And Ms. Hummer, it's wonderful to see you in person. I'm so glad you could be here this evening.
Good evening, President Ellis, Vice President Schallheim, members of the board, and Dr. Olato. My name is Fletcher Port. My pronouns are he, him, and I will be following the footsteps of the current and extremely successful Secretary of Education, Beckett Hummer, as the Secretary of Education for the 2021 to 2022 school year. CRASC has opened applications for our appointed positions. We have 18 positions available for the 2021 to 2022 school year. The deadline to apply is Friday, July 2nd. The link can be found on the CRASC website. I may have some bias, but I believe that CRASC is going to be in some good hands for next year. Congratulations to all of our graduates who tirelessly persevered through many obstacles and successfully graduated. We also want to congratulate Drake Smith on a phenomenal term. CRASC is proud to have again overseen an extremely successful election process for an awesome SMOB. Speaking of next year, CRASC has some pretty big plans. CRASC plans to continue the charge towards an innovative outreach program. This year, there was an abundance of advertising for the different opportunities for students in the county, such as Let's Talk Justice, CRASC, Service Learning, and more. Talks have already started to find new ways to continue the extremely successful outreach that took place this year. CRASC plans to take many lessons from the successful virtual meetings that occurred this past year as a result of the pandemic. CRASC plans to host both in-person and virtual general meetings to increase accessibility and involvement, bringing access to students in a way not previously explored. As Secretary of Education, I will work to advise students of upcoming policies and gather input from students around the system. I'm hoping to use this position to strengthen the connection between the board and its county student government. The goals for this upcoming school year include revising the CRASC platform after successful revision of the Constitution and bylaws this year, increasing awareness about the student member of the board position, and increasing our voting delegation sizes for the 2022 SMOB elections. We are excited to return to in-person General Assemblies and incorporate the new technology we've learned this year to host virtual events too. CRASC would like to recognize and appreciate the excellence of this past year's officer team. The job they've done has been extraordinary. I want to say a huge congratulations on closing out such a good term. CRASC is ecstatic about the future, and I'm especially excited to work with you all over this next year. For a full calendar of events for CRASC and Let's Talk Justice, please visit the respective web pages. Have a safe and fun-filled summer, and thank you guys.
And I believe this evening we do not have a PTA report or a CAC report. So item 2.10, Policy Committee Update. Dr. Tobin.
Thank you, President Ellis. The policy committee met on Tuesday, June 1st at 3:30 p.m. Policy IFQ homeschooling was reviewed and updated, and the committee voted to bring it before the board for discussion and vote. The committee continued discussion of policy JAA, redistricting and attendance areas, and determined to continue further discussion of the policy at the committee's next meeting. The committee agreed to schedule an additional meeting on Tuesday, July 6th at 11 a.m. At that time, the committee will discuss the schedule for policy review during the 2021-2022 academic year and focus on removing some of the backlog that currently exists for policy review, as well as discussing policy JAA, redistricting, and attendance. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 2.11, Budget Committee update. Ms. Schalheim.
Yes, thank you, President Ellis. The Budget Committee met yesterday at 3:30 in the afternoon, and all members were present. We got a brief rundown of the various federal money update and timeline, and a brief overview of what we're going to look forward to later in this agenda, which is the adoption of our operating and capital budget. And I thank all members, and we'll meet again. It looks like, I'm not sure actually. I think since it's the end of the
Oh.
year, well, yeah. So we don't have one in July, I don't believe, but we will continue the work going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 2.12, Equity Committee update. Mr. Smith.
Thank you, President Ellis. Since my last report, the Equity Committee met on May 26th and today, June 16th. At both meetings, we discussed the Equity Committee mission and charter statement. I want to thank all the members for their wonderful input. We got it to a place we really want it, and I'm proud to announce that the charter, not the full thing, but most of it will be posted online along with the dates of our next Equity Committee meetings. I think this year has been really a pilot of the committee, and I'm really excited of all the work that we have done. Excited to watch from the sideline all the work that the committee will continue to do in the future. We've already discussed how we can get the public even more involved with the committee and its work. So I want to thank all the members once again for their flexibility and adjustments to a very hectic year and schedule changes. And I'm sad to leave, but I'm excited to see the new leadership under whoever will hold the chair next. So thank you all. And the meeting dates are TBD at the moment.
Thank you, Mr. Smith, for your service on the Equity Committee, as well as the Policy Committee. Thank you. Next, Section 3 is public comment. I'm going to step out. We're starting with virtual, right? I'm going to step out for a moment. I have to be able to engage online in the virtual portion of our public testimony. We'll get that started momentarily, and then I will return and we will do the in-person portion of our public comment.
The Zoom goes into, it's like wiring the speakers and the input into the same situation, and so you can't interact with a mic on Zoom and the equipment here without getting on the mic. Yeah. What? And so she interacts.
Okay, I apologize. I just got in. I'm having some technical difficulties this evening. And first for public comment. Give me one.
Students are watching. Please do the right thing. Be on the right side of history. History is watching, but unfortunately, the discussion, statements, and actions of some board members has been extremely harmful to our LGBTQ plus students. This policy is about students, not politics. Protecting our LGBTQ plus students, especially those who are non-binary, transgender, is a life or death issue. To be quite frank, your constituents don't care about what any of you believe philosophically. Your beliefs don't matter when it comes to the education and well-being of our children. You weren't voted in to represent your beliefs or the party you're a part of. You're elected to represent not only the constituents of your district you're in, but every student in AACPS. The last board meeting, there were discussions regarding bathrooms. Using the bathroom is a basic human right. Not up for debate. Another student does not like sharing the bathroom with someone they think is transgender, then that student can use a bathroom, which every school has. Whether you believe it or not, our transgender students are not dangerous. Look around the country. In the study of 17 school districts, 10 being the largest in the United States with policies similar to the one before you, reported very minimal incidents of harassment or inappropriate behavior. In their sports, to be quite frank, the arguments against transgender students playing in sports are transphobic and irrational. Trans men are men and trans women are women. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. AACPS needs to continue doing what it's been doing for the last 5 years, following the MPSSA's guidelines on the participation of transgender youth in interscholastic sports. Do what you're elected to do. Support all students. Support this policy. Vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Heather. Next, we have Heather Bagnall.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Dr. Arlotto and esteemed members of the board. For the record, I'm Delegate Heather Bagnall, District 33. My pronouns are she and her. Tonight, I testify as a legislator, educator, artist, and longtime advocate of the LGBTQ youth and communities. On November 6, 2012, Maryland put question 6 on the ballot, but I want to speak to November 5th, when my friend posted on social media about the trauma he was experiencing as his future and the future of his partner of 2 decades, their civil rights, the determination of their legal life together were being determined by people with no stake in the outcome. As an adult, he was re-traumatized by this experience after the long road which reconciled the trauma of his youth. In 2018, the American Academy of Pediatrics conducted a study of LGBTQ youth and learned that the highest rates of suicide and suicidal ideation was among transgender boys and non-binary youth. The Governor's Commission on Mental Health and Suicide Prevention found that suicide was the leading cause of death for adolescents ages 10 to 14 in Maryland. Just today, the Federal Education Department issued guidance that Title IX prohibits discrimination based on sexual orientation and gender identity, a reversal of the Trump administration's stance that gay and transgender students are not protected by the law. I don't have enough time for all the statistics that speak to the need for this policy, and I know that it can be hard to understand the changing landscape of our society, but our young people are listening. If you are struggling to get to yes on this policy, know that acceptance and inclusion, that safe and inclusive policies for our LGBTQ youth are some of the most powerful, meaningful tools we have for suicide prevention, and that a unanimous vote will go a long way to affirming and confirming that our LGBTQ youth are welcome in Anne Arundel County, and that their safety, acceptance, and ability to thrive in our schools will never be subject to the will of any administration. Thank you.
Thank you. Catherine Moore.
My name is Catherine Moore. My pronouns are she, her. During the second reader meeting, some board members questioned the need for a statement affirming the rights to an equitable education for all LGBTQ students in Anne Arundel County Public Schools. Why is this group being singled out, you asked? It's the same argument we heard during discussions to have a statement in support of Black Lives Matter added. I spoke to you at the first reader meeting as the proud mom of an LGBTQ middle schooler. Today, I speak to you as a mom and an educator in this school system. In the kindergarten curriculum, I teach our students about citizenship. I like to use this book, What Can a Citizen Do by Dave Eggers. A citizen can right a wrong. A citizen can turn things around. A citizen can get things right side that have been upside down. A citizen cannot forget the world is more than you. We open doors, we bring in light, we bind us all and make us whole. For one of our equity days, we read The Day You Begin by LGBTQ author Jacqueline Woodson. It's an incredible story, and she understands our children. She says there will be times when the world feels like a place that you're standing all the way outside. And there will be times when you walk into a room and no one there is quite like you until the day you begin to share your stories. Help our LGBTQ students find their voice so they can tell their story and be full participants in their classrooms and in their education. In Say Something by Peter Reynolds, he teaches us that our voice matters, to speak up and be brave when we see someone being hurt. By voting against any aspect of this policy, you are hurting my son and every LGBTQ student, current and future, in Anne Arundel County's public schools. So I am saying, hey, stop. Mr. Reynolds goes on to teach us that people don't always listen, but that if we keep on saying something, a whole lot of people just might start listening. So I will keep speaking until you listen. I hope you're listening now, because we also teach our children to be kind and to be themselves. We teach them to be respectful, to be understanding. We teach them to be brave. So that is what I ask of you, to be brave, to be kind, to show our students that they matter. Protect our LGBTQ students. Show them with your actions that truly in Anne Arundel County Public Schools, all means all, and that the disenfranchised students will be protected. History has its eyes on you.
Okay,
How will
please
you be
summarize your
remembered?
time.
I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. Abby Ellicott.
Good evening, Board of Education, Dr. Arlotto. I want to thank all of the members of the Board of Ed, Dr. Arlotto, and all the staff who have worked incredibly hard on this policy. This policy must be passed. I'll talk briefly about safety. We've heard a lot of testimony from a lot of people about the fact that LGBTQ kids simply aren't safe in our schools. And this is truly appalling. We've had descriptions from teachers, parents, students, alumni, and advocates about this fact. And we also have quantitative data from programs like GLSEN and the Trevor Project. So this policy is essential because it ensures that we have hard, fast policy to support these students. And also it ensures that staff and all educators have mandated and meaningful training. This policy is necessary for some and beneficial for all. So it is a complete win-win. It is necessary for LGBTQ students, and it's beneficial for every other student, all of our educators and our school climates, because we all thrive in environments that are safe and welcoming and inclusive. I want to make a quick statement about the issue regarding transgender student athletes, as this issue came up in the board meeting on June 2nd. Anne Arundel County Public Schools must continue to do as they've been doing for many years, which is to follow the rules and regulations set out by MPSSA. Trans women athletes simply want to participate in sports on teams that are consistent with their gender identity. We cannot, should not change this. We cannot deny trans children the right to participate in sports on teams where they can be authentically themselves. It's wrong and it's discriminatory.
Time has expired.
And it's probably illegal. So in my summary, this is not about politics. This is not about imposing morals on others. This is about doing the right thing for our children. Vote to pass this policy. Our kids are counting on you. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark D'Angelo.
Excuse me, I have laryngitis. The stated mission of the board is to ensure an equitable education by promoting community collaboration, developing responsive policies, and holding ourselves accountable for the results. Through community collaboration, the board has been presented with compelling data. LGBTQ+ students have shared their experiences, and practitioners have made the clear case for this policy. And if that wasn't enough, as responsible board members, you have had the ability at any point to do your own research and self-work to become more informed. The next charge is developing responsive policies. With the help of Ms. Ortiz, the policy committee, and other stakeholders, you have before you an appropriately responsive policy that is backed by every reputable agency and organization out there. And enumerating policies for any historically minoritized identity doesn't take anything away from anyone else, because equity and empathy isn't a pie. It rectifies inequities that have always been there. Finally, the third charge, holding yourselves accountable for the results. To be honest, I don't know how you hold yourselves accountable for the results when there are board members who don't even think there's a problem to be addressed. Maya Angelou said, do the best you can until you know better, and then when you know better, do better. As an educator, I held space for the fact that some folks might need to learn more about LGBTQ+ experiences to understand why this policy is necessary. But at this point, any inaction isn't an issue of not knowing better. You know that students are suffering, yet some of you may consciously choose not to act. I'm a good teacher, but I honestly don't know how to teach someone to care about someone else's suffering. I do know this. History is watching, and how you vote will be documented forever. And the Anne Arundel community will hold you accountable at the polls. I'd worry less about being a politician and more about the very students you were elected to serve, who are crying out for your help. Because if a board member is unwilling to respond to the needs of all their students, they have no business being on a board of education. And for the LGBTQ youth watching and listening to your elected board members debate your humanity and the legitimacy of your identity and experiences, know that I and countless others see you, hear you, love you, and have your back. And you are enough right now, just as you are. And happy Pride.
Thank you. We're going to pause for just a moment and then continue with our in-person portion of the testimony. Thank you, everyone who's testified so far. Now we will continue with in-person testimony, starting with, and this is still on, I didn't mention this earlier, item 4.08, policy adoption, safe and inclusive environments for LGBTQ+ students, code JQ. So we'll hear testimony on that, beginning with Russell Leone.
Good evening. Good evening again. My name is Russell Leone. My pronouns are he, him, his. I'm an elementary school teacher, and I rise in support on the policy on safe and inclusive environments for LGBTQ students. This work is long overdue. As a classroom teacher, I know that all my students do not need the same thing in order to help them thrive, succeed, and be safe. And representation matters for all of our students. And when AACPS says all means all, we must name them. When I was in my classroom, I needed to make sure that I recognized each one of my students as individuals, and so that I could figure out what was required for them to be successful and for them to be acknowledged. And this is true for all of our students. This policy provides the respect and protection to our students in the LGBTQ community. It conveys that we as adults see them, hear their needs, want them to be safe every single day, and above all, support them to be their true selves. I want to say there was a time when AACPS employment policy didn't even include the phrase sexual orientation in its anti-discrimination policies. And I myself, who was healthy about my own identity, questioned who I should share myself in the workplace. I was in my 20s and I stopped sharing things about myself because of this. And if this has the effect on an adult who's well-adjusted in their 20s, imagine what that does to a child to know that they are not there and represented and protected. It's time we truly understand the impact of not being recognized on our youth development. And yes, AACPS does have anti-bullying policies, but just as we differentiate in the classroom, our policies must do the same. We must bring to light the types of discrimination and bullying that LGBTQ students experience if we are ever to truly address them and educate others about why it's inappropriate and unacceptable. This policy is a great step toward that for our LGBTQ youth. It recognizes the specific concerns experienced by our LGBTQ students in schools in this county every single day. I applaud this board's efforts to support our students. You must vote yes on this. And what a wonderful message this would be to adopt this policy during LGBTQ Pride Month. Happy Pride, do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Katie Russo.
Hello, everyone. My name is Katie Russo, she, her pronouns, and I'm privileged to be my school's LGBT plus club sponsor for 6 years now. I know this youth community well, and I know that this policy passing will mean the world to them. They've told me themselves. I view AACPS as a family, and I value working together to support our students. Our schools are genuinely seen as a second family or only family to some of our most vulnerable students. It takes a village even to raise one child, and we must work to ensure that the LGBT community is no longer seen as the other or just another. That's the cyclic marginalization and misplaced fear. Let's let the cyclic marginalization and misplaced fear end so that our students are no longer feeling isolated, rejected, and that pain does not persist for them. The day I, as a teacher, forget to tailor my instruction to the individual is the moment someone falls through the cracks. But success is not cemented by my support alone. It does take a village, and with enough consistent supports in place, then the cracks, they fill, and they're more like maybe a minor bump in the road, and real change is possible. Please put yourself in the shoes of the LGBT student tonight. Most come out to their families with an overnight bag and a safe place to go in the event it doesn't go well. Coming out is terrifying, and they have to do it over and over in different settings, sometimes losing friends or family along the way. I will spare the heartbreaking stories I've helped students work through with other powerful LGBT youth in plenty of Google Meets this year and in the classroom. But it's harder for trans students because their identity could mean a visible change, and frequently they do not have supports at home. And even if they do, those parents have to live in fear as their students leave their house each day to enter our schools. People do not realize when they paint a picture of the trans female as a predator in girls' bathrooms that their child is not the victim. The trans female is. And it's a shameful narrative that we as a school community have the opportunity to flip the script on. I hope everyone puts their doubts aside tonight and recognizes that the only way we can support the LGBT youth is to continue to improve the way we look at and serve the community at large. This policy is an excellent continuation of strengthening the quality of their educational experience. Let's let our LGBT students know tonight that we see them and want them to succeed. There's nothing wrong with who they are or who they love, and that the struggles they face, we acknowledge and actively seek solutions for. Thank you, and happy Pride Month to everyone.
Thank you. Next, Zoe Smith.
Good evening, President Ellis, Dr. Alato, and esteemed board members. My name is Zoe, and I use she, her pronouns. I'm a queer woman and a 2020 graduate of Severna Park High School. Growing up in a community and attending a high school that preaches heteronormative curriculum, lifestyle, language, etc., it was difficult to not only learn about myself, but to accept and love myself. It was not until recently that I came out. This process was not easy because I did not only come out to my family and friends, but I came out to myself. I believe a large part of this insecurity, fear, and internalized homophobia resulted from my high school I attended, a school that does not teach the history of LGBTQ+ activists, include LGBTQ+ students in the conversation in health class, and create a safe space by respecting pronouns and gender identity. A school that pressurizes students to abide by the societal standard of a perfect person and therefore ostracizes those who do not fit into that one image. A school that is in dire need of this policy, a policy that would have benefited my time and many others' experiences at Severna Park. I want to emphasize that my experiences do not speak for or echo every member of the LGBTQ+ community. It is beyond critical to recognize that preaching for and standing in solidarity for LGBTQ+ rights in the school system and in society must include BIPOC voices and stories. While it is important that LGBTQ+ voices are being uplifted in relation to this policy, it is frustrating that the fate of this policy lays in the hands of a predominantly, if not all, straight and cisgender board. Yes, your hands. The fate of impressionable LGBTQ+ youth struggling to learn about themselves, yet alone survive in a world that views them as abnormal. The fate of allies that didn't even know how to become an ally and support the voices that are being silenced. Your hands. Your privileged hands. When you vote this evening, I want you to not only recognize your privilege, but take your privilege into account. You have the ability to use your power for something good, for change, for history, for the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Joseph Clapsaddle.
President Ellis, Vice President Schellheim, Dr. Alato, members of the board, my name is Joseph Clapsaddle, he, him, and his, and I am coming to you this evening to urge you to listen carefully to the passion that has been with all these speakers. There is a need. You have a constituency that needs your attention. It's not just one or two people. It's literally 30% of your total student population. I have heard in these chambers that we already have policies, that we already have things going on. Why do we need this? We need it because what's happening now is not working, and we have people who are suffering. So my big deal in all of this is the training that is needed for our teachers, for our counselors. So Dr. Alato, this will come maybe in your area, I don't know, but I can tell you that it is the fundamental asset which you can bring to what is really a wonderful school system. Anne Arundel County should be proud of what you have, but you can't rest on your laurels. And so just a personal story. I had the opportunity this last week to speak with one of my cousins, about 4 times removed, who wanted to speak to Joe because Joe was the elderly gay man in our family. And she was having a tough time. And this is the kind of person that you're dealing with your students. So I urge you to vote yes. I urge you to listen to the passions. And I want to say that I am thrilled to be a citizen of this county and to have a guy like Drake Smith on this board. Thank you. That was terrific. I look forward to great things from you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That oh, no, it does not. I have one more testimony on item 4.01 fiscal year 2022 operating budget adoption. Mr. Russell Leone.
Sorry, hi, I'm back. Again, my name is Russell Leone. My pronouns are he, him, his. I'm an elementary school teacher and president of the Teachers Association of Anne Arundel County. And tonight, TAC thanks the board for their efforts, beginning with their original bold request to the county council to craft a creative and responsive budget. We appreciate that you've listened and took our concerns to heart. You now have recommendations that we hope you will support as you vote to adopt the FY22 budget. The final numbers will help us move forward in a productive direction, and we look forward to furthering our discussion on how to apply this funding. We envision a positive result using the existing resources at the bargaining table, and we encourage you to also hear the concerns of our fellow units. Just imagine the things we will be able to focus on when the pay issues are far behind us. These are the future discussions I want to have with you. Once again, thank you for your efforts of this board in an often changing and uncertain year. Thank you so much. I promise that's the last time tonight.
Thank you. And that does conclude public comment portion of our meeting. Thank you, everyone who came out to speak. And next, we are going to move on to item 4.01, fiscal year 2022 operating budget adoption. Dr. Arletta.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I recommend approval of the Board of Education FY 2022 operating budget as approved by the County Council.
So moved.
Good evening. For the record, Alex Sheknovich, Chief Operating Officer.
Matt Stansky, Director of Financial Operations.
We're here to provide you an overview of the operating budget. As you may recall, the county executive remitted his recommendations for the entire county government's and component unit budgets back on the 30th of April. Between the 30th of April and June the 14th, the County Council held public hearings, held work sessions, workshops, including a presentation by the superintendent and staff. The culmination of their efforts was a budget adoption on the 14th of June, which was compliant with the statutory requirement that they adopt the budget by the 15th of June. And so our intention is to go through the exhibit that Mr. Mosier has up on the board and simply highlight the changes that transpired between when the county executive remitted his budget recommendation on the 30th of April and that which the county council ultimately approved. So we'll take a look and focus on the revenues to begin with. It's the top of the page that's on the board in front of you. And then we'll go over the expense analysis and the other adjustments that the council made. So in terms of the unrestricted operating budget funding, the county council introduced an amendment that added $692,800 to the unrestricted county side of the ledger in terms of revenue. And as you may recall, because of the reduction of interest income and other rental activities, et cetera, we had in the budget that was adopted by this Board of Education a reduction of approximately $2.3 million. The county executive's recommendation was not to help cover that cost, to force the board into covering that expenditure of its own accord. and the county council sided with that opinion as well. So we are obligated to then cover that $2.3 million shortfall. So again, on the unrestricted side, the only improvement was that $692,800. And again, we'll go into that in a little bit more detail later. On the restricted side, the governor of the state of Maryland turns in his preliminary budget proposal in the early days of January. And then as time marches on between there and sine die in April, the governor submitted a series of 5 supplemental budgets, as well as the General Assembly undertaking some actions. Those actions collectively on the restricted side of the budget added about $5.7 million to the restricted category, $5,767,000, so almost $5.8 million. So you'll see the original $12.783 million figure on restricted grants, and that comported with what the governor had remitted back in the early days of January. And then again, through the General Assembly's work, that increased the restricted figure just slightly. In terms of the changes that occurred then on the expense side, you'll see those in a green font, which really, again, signifies the changes that the county council imparted. And the first change on the page that's before you was to add an additional $110,900 to the instructional salary allocation. And then if you turn the page, you will see at the very bottom then on the second page that in order to facilitate that, the amendment that the county adopted cut $110,900 from our material of instruction. So the additional $110,900 in the instructional salary category came at the expense of a cut to the material of instruction category. The only other change that the county council undertook was the addition of 9 FTEs for teachers for class size reduction. And then you'll see there in that green font, the addition of the 9 FTEs, and the budgetary value of those 9 positions was $692,800. So in summary, then the county council's activities added the 9 positions and added the $692,800 that we spoke about. So year over year, our budget now has those additional 61.9 positions. It is a 4.27% increase, again, minimally attributable to county activities, largely attributable to the activities that took place between the General Assembly and the governor. But our old budget that was put forward previously had a 3.78% increase, and this then amasses to a 4.27% increase. And with that, we've covered the changes that transpired with respect to the operating budget, and we'll take any questions that you might have.
Ms. Antwine.
Mr. Shagnovich, thank you very, very much for this breakdown. I wanted to go back to the $110 deficit, please, that was introduced from the county council. And before I ask this question, I really want to thank the county council for the deliberation and the commitment to education that they've shown in this budget. My question would be, we took that the loss to materials of instruction, so how can we make it up within our system?
So that's a cut to that category, Ms. Antwine. So we'll work together with the superintendent and his team. We'll analyze all of the purchasing activities or expenditure activities that were intended or contemplated to occur out of that state category, and we'll need to identify that approximate $111,000 worth of acquisitions or purchases that will be either delayed or not allowed to transpire.
Thank you. And then the once that's done, could you all please share with the board how the plan of coverage once you guys do the research and the math and otherwise? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions or comments? Ms. Schalheim?
Thank you for your presentation. Forgive me, it's already been an emotional night. So I look at this third page with the state budget category analysis. So were there cuts in these? The red shows a decrease in that state category, correct?
The red shows the delta or the differential between what you as a board asked back in February versus the final numbers that were adopted by the county council.
Thank you. It's been a long night. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Already. Thank you.
Yeah, the only cut by amendment was that material of instruction cut to move that money to the instructional salary line. The rest was simply not elected to be funded by the recommendation of the executive and the actions of the council.
I want to thank our county council for the tremendous amount of time and consideration and deliberation they put into the budget, and particularly 9 teachers. Yay, we'll take. We would love a lot more. At least that's a step in the right direction, and I appreciate that they saw that as a priority the way the board does. Any other comments or questions before we vote on the operating budget? Ms. Corkadell.
Thank you, President Ellis. I just want to make a statement before we go ahead and vote. We just heard quite a bit of testimony, and I think throughout our entire pandemic, about not just learning loss that we anticipated and are now seeing, thankfully not in as large numbers, but that is going to be a multi-year step. And we know that everybody was affected. Their mental health was affected. Even those who are steady Eddie and very strong will have to be on the meds. And our students are no exception to that. In fact, I would argue that in your primary, particularly in your formidable years, as you cross the threshold into middle school and into high school, that is most certainly trying years. And couple that with shut-in syndromes and effects therein, and all of the back and forth and the constant changes and the disruption of life is going to take time to heal. And it's our job to make sure that our education environment is not hindered in any way when at all possible. And part of that is providing support services. And our board has remained committed to them. And I just want to say that I know it was a rough year, but I think I would be remiss in my job advocating for education if I did not point out a couple notes of disappointment, with the hope that in the upcoming year that we can address it. Particularly, what I'm seeing here in front of me is that none of the special education positions for our specialty schools that we requested. Why did we request it? Because we needed it. They were not funded. All the other special education positions that we requested were essentially, give or take 1 or 2, cut in half. No teacher assistants for our kindergarten teachers were received that we requested additional. We asked for 10 counselors, a very modest ask, based on a mutual commitment year by year. And we got granted 3. Counselors are the first line of defense for our students to get back on track. Psychologists, 8 we asked for, we got 1. No community ambassador, additional dollars. These are the folks working with our most vulnerable population, and not more than a meeting or 2 ago, we heard about those successes. Our English language acquisition staff, we requested 11. Why? Because we need them. We desperately need them. Talk about a gap in education. If you cannot have people there to help you translate and to acclimate, we got 6. 6 is great. No substitute teacher pay increases in increasing shortage environment. And we only got 9 out of the 100 we need for the class sizes. No additions were funded in the capital budget, which means that our class sizes will continue to grow. If we learned anything through the reopening and all the back and forth, we need to fix these problems. And I made a commitment when I came onto this board to fix our classroom sizes, to fix the things that we need systemically, facility-wise, and otherwise. And I hope that because we didn't see the downturn in the economy, that we can get back on track to the priorities. We are, as a Board of Education, go in, find out the details, and work closely with the experts. So when we're requesting something in a nonpartisan board, it's not political. And I just honestly think that we need to take a step back and remember this moment, because if we don't get ourselves back on track, the results will continue to build upon itself, and we will not be able to continue to support in an excellent manner. Will we do our best? Absolutely. These guys make so much materialize virtually out of thin air each and every single day. But to see all of the gaps that we encountered during the pandemic, we have to be realistic about it. And I hope that we can form a more collaborative partnership with our funders at the state, the federal, but particularly at the county level, because I'm not seeing the connection and I'm not seeing the rationale. And I just hope that we can agree to strive to do better. I am not comfortable in voting for this budget and still kind of on the hedge here. But it's because we have to recognize that some of these gaps, I went in requesting an amendment last year to our council, which is well within our right, because why were the education experts? And everybody was screaming, we know we need the help. In the midst of the throes of the pandemic, we wanted some additional money, or one of the monies that were provided to us to be allocated, and it didn't happen. And we got told to mind our business. Well, this is our business. And this is our budget. And I just hope that we can turn this around, because each and every single year, whether it's maintenance and facilities so we can actually shoestring this along, additions, how many more kids are we going to cram into a classroom and then turn around and say we need to do better? How can I spend additional attention on our stakeholder students groups that need our attention? How on earth can a teacher and staff pay attention when they have workloads of, like, they're servicing 450 kids in some cases? That's where the gaps are, and that's not the fault of anybody in this room. That's a result of not just how much money we spend, but where we spend it. And that's what we need to start looking at, not just the final line and what the dollar bottom value is. It's great. These percentages are truly awesome, but we need to make sure that we're keeping our focus and not changing our priorities from year to year. I'm looking at defunding of things that everybody made a commitment to. How on earth can people trust us to make the right decisions for them when that doesn't occur? I have a lot of respect for each and every single council member, for each and every single delegate, and senator and our county executive and our governor. But it's my job. I was hired to bring up concerns, and I am simply saying that I am growingly concerned about these numbers. Thank you.
I stated my my gratitude to the county council for their work, and I am pleased to be in favor of this budget this evening. I agree with much of what Ms. Corkadell just said. But I think the solutions, the responsibility of solving the priorities of the budget lie with this board. And I have been, it's no secret, if anyone watches a budget meeting, I've been a bit frustrated with, I feel this board needs to make tough choices and set priorities, and that means making choices. And we need to do better at that. So I agree. More teachers, more school counselors are essential, and I think we have to remember that this next budget cycle when we are contemplating this budget. But thank you. Anything else, or are we ready to vote? Ms. Howe?
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
Ms. Schalheim?
Thank you, County Executive and County Council. Aye.
Ms. Frank?
Nay.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Motion passes 7-1.
Dr. Olip? Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Schalheim had something. I'm very sorry. Before we move on to the operating budget. Apologies.
Thank you. My computer keeps turning off, and it's probably just user error. Just give me 1 second. All right. I would like to present a resolution for the board's consideration. And so I'll just read it in its entirety. Don't worry, it's short. Whereas the last 16 months have been enormously difficult and stressful for the entire AACPS community. Whereas all staff have worked tirelessly and have adjusted, sometimes without warning, to the ever-changing pandemic to keep the school system running smoothly and provide our students with the best possible education while keeping everyone safe. Whereas this board recognizes the hard work and dedication all staff have shown to the school system. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of Anne Arundel County hereby stands united in our gratitude for all employees of Anne Arundel County Public Schools and hereby intends to work collaboratively with the superintendent of schools to look for creative ways, including evaluating all revenue streams, to tangibly acknowledge all staff for their efforts during the past year and a half.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for a resolution. Any discussion? I'll just add that I absolutely support recognizing the staff across the school system. The tremendous efforts from food service workers, our IT department, our building maintenance staff, our secretaries. It's been amazing, an amazing year and a half to see what humans can do. So I certainly would love for this board to be able to show in some tangible way our gratitude for all that everyone's done. Okay, I think we're ready to vote.
Thank you for your consideration, everyone. And thank you for your hard work over the last 16 months. That goes to every single staff member of this school system.
Dr. Tobin,
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell,
Aye.
Ms. Antwine,
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth,
Aye.
Mr. Smith,
Aye.
Ms. Schalheim,
Aye.
Ms. Frank,
Aye.
Ms. Ellis.
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Dr. Arlotto.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I recommend that the Board of Education adopt the County Council approved FY 2021 capital budget as presented.
So moved.
Second.
FY22 budget.
I'm sorry, FY 2022 budget
Let's not repeat. This.
It was-
Cheers.
approved in 2021.
So moved.
Dr. Tobin.
Thank you. I think,
Pardon me, one moment. Would you like to?
yeah,
Yeah.
I'm so
I guess he
sorry.
needs to present first. Pardon me.
Getting ahead of ourselves. Mr. Cheknovich.
So again, thank you,
You didn't
Alex
push your leg.
Cheknovich, Chief Operating Officer.
Lisa Seaman Crawford, Director of Facilities.
And so there were more and substantive changes with respect to the capital budget. So we're going to be a little bit deliberate to make sure that the entire board knows what transpired between when the executive's recommendations were brought down on the 30th of April and the capital budget that was ultimately approved. So let's begin at the macro scale, and you'll see in the left-hand side the total recommendation box there. The Board of Education's request was for $234.5 million. The final County Council adopted budget was $218.4 million, which is an $18.4 million fiscal improvement over what was recommended back in April 30th. So it's plus 18.4. And the reasons behind that are really threefold. One, the state of Maryland, customarily, we are fortunate here within the state of Maryland in that the state does support the public school construction programs within each of the 24 jurisdictions. And from the time the governor introduced his budget back in January until the General Assembly concluded their work in April and the Interagency Committee on School Construction completed their work on May the 27th, additional state funding came to be for Anne Arundel County schools. In fact, from all sources from the state, Anne Arundel County would receive about $40.5 million of state support. So that is subsumed within that 218.4 number, but that was a market increase. The second, and the one that I'm most proud about, and I'll brag a little bit about Ms. Seaman Crawford, is this school district, and under her leadership, has had a long track record of bringing in projects not only on time or under time, but also under budget. And one of the things that affords us to do is to take the monies that were allocated to those older, now completed construction projects and work collaboratively with the county to deleverage the funding from those old projects and move it forward as a funding source on a current project. And I'll just pick one out of the air as an example. We've occupied Arundel, Arnold Elementary School. It's completed. We've completed the punch list phase. It's in good stead. We've settled out all the contracts, and therefore we didn't need the funding for that project. We worked collaboratively with the county administration, the county auditor, and the county council to then take those funds from those older projects and move them forward into the current year. And then finally, there were some adjustments. The county council themselves had some funding cuts or savings in other projects elsewhere across the county as well that they moved into the Board of Ed. But the largest funding delta is really, again, through the work of Ms. Seaman Crawford and her staff. So I wanted to make sure we would recognize that. So how do we get to the 18.4? And I'll go through the projects where that changed. For security-related upgrades, the the new number. So I'm going to be juxtaposing the number that you see today versus the one you saw back on April the 30th. So that is a $1.5 million increase over where we were just a month and a half ago. All day kindergarten and pre-K is a $3.5 million increase over where we were, again, just a month and a half ago. Systemics or building system renovations is a $3.3 million increase over where we were. Maintenance backlog is a $2.6 million increase. Roof replacements went up by $500,000, 500,000. West County Elementary School design and construction, priority number 16 there, went up by $3.9 million. Upgrades of various schools went up by $300,000. Athletic stadiums went up by $2.3 million. And finally, driveways and lots went up by $500,000. And remember, the color coding that you see is if it was banded in a white font, that meant the project was fully funded to the level that was requested by the board. The blue font meant that the project line item was funded. However, the funding was not an exact match to what the board had initially requested. And then something with a red font was not funded in its entirety. And I will close my comments with the one red banded font there. So we are in the midst of doing a very large scale construction addition project onto Arundel Middle School. We have, and all knew, us, the county, everybody, that's really a 2-year project because of the size of that project. So this addition project here, the $4 million is for Southgate Elementary School. It's for an addition on the Southgate. Again, transparent. We've known that. We have enough funds to do the design work, and there's a contract that Ms. Crawford's group and Ms. Mary Jo Childs brought forward to do the design work for the addition, the classroom addition on the Southgate. But in this current fiscal year, we have to fund and complete the construction of Arundel Middle School. And so you'll see this addition request come back as I would imagine, part of the superintendent's recommendation when we meet again in September to review the capital budget. And that would be for the construction money necessary to build the Southgate addition. So while it is red, it's purposeful. We kind of knew going into this that with the 11 room plus bathrooms plus stair towers plus big parking lot modification at Arundel Middle School, that was really going to take up 2 years worth of addition money. And so in no way, shape, or form is that a surprise. Again, it was fairly well understood that that was not going to be funded this year. It will be a very big priority, I suspect, coming into next year. And with that, Madam President, we'll conclude our brief remarks and turn it back over to you and your colleagues.
Ms. Crawford, I didn't know you were such a superhero. Thank you so much.
Not me, my staff is the superhero.
Dr. Tobin.
Thank you. Ms. Seaman Crawford, if you could please manage projects in my house. I'd be very grateful. Yes, so just a quick question. Obviously, a lot of these look like cuts or not receiving exactly what we requested. One thing that jumps out is the athletic stadium improvements. And I'm assuming, looking at the other documentation, there was some attempt to make up for previous years where there had been underfunding in that area, but I'm just curious as to why.
Interesting story, right? Interesting story on the way to the fair or the bazaar. So the county has a dedicated baseball park called Joe Cannon Stadium. It's near our Hebron Harmon Elementary School. It's almost across the street from it. And that is a beautiful stadium. It's the only standalone baseball softball stadium that we have here in the county. And they have a partnership with Anne Arundel County Schools through Mr. Culp, that for playoffs, they actually use that stadium for some of the playoff games because it's a higher caliber stadium than at any of our 12, 13 now facilities. And so we, the school system, through our athletic fields program, have developed a pretty substantial base of expertise since 2008, 2007, when we put the first turf field in here in this county. And the county government, so it's a Rec and Parks project, but we were approached by the county to oversee, to basically manage the project for them.
Okay.
So $1.1 million was transferred intentionally at their request, was transferred from the Rec and Parks budget over to the Board of Education's budget. So that explains the funding bump up.
Yeah.
And it is so that we can collaboratively work with the county to put in synthetic turf at the Joe Cannon Stadium there in Harmons, so that the entire community, inclusive of our own student athletes, can benefit from that enhanced facility and not have as many rainouts and game delays, et cetera, as we've had over those years, especially when it comes during playoffs and championships, when you really can't tolerate a scheduled delay as well as you could during the regular part of the season.
Right. Okay.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you very much.
Dr. Tobin,
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell,
Aye.
Ms. Antwine,
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth,
Aye.
Mr. Smith,
Aye.
Ms. Schalheim,
Aye.
Ms. Frank,
Aye.
Ms. Ellis. Motion passes 8-0.
We amended our agenda and I don't have, sorry, thank you. Oh, yes, you did. I didn't realize I had the new one. My apologies. Okay, no, you're good. Item 4.03, ratification of the negotiated agreement between the Board of Education and the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, AFSCME, Local 1693. Good evening, Ms. Rawls.
Yes, good evening, Ms. Ellis, Dr. Arlotto, and members of the board. The negotiating teams for the Board of Education and the American Federation of State and County and Municipal Employees, Local 1693, have ratified a tentative agreement or reached a tentative agreement in FY22. And I ask that the board, in brief, approve the summary of changes as agreed upon by both parties, which are including but not limited to the following. All Unit 3 employees will receive a 3.04% COLA. One backstep will be provided to eligible Unit 3 employees who did not receive a step in the 2011-2012 academic year as called for in their applicable negotiated agreement based on an established criteria. One backstep will be provided mid-year to eligible Unit 3 employees who did not receive a step in the 2012-2013 academic year as called for in their applicable negotiated agreement based on an established criteria. The board will also continue the referral incentive pilot for the 2022 school year. And Unit 3 employees will work a 4-day work week schedule from June 23rd, 2021 through August 17th, 2021. The negotiating teams diligently worked to reach an agreement that served the best interest of AACPS Unit 3 employees and supports their commitment to AACPS students, staff, and community. I would like to thank Roland Johnson, the AFSCME president, and Moriel Hayes for their dedicated efforts during FY22 negotiations. On June 10th, 2021, AFSCME ratified this agreement, and I respectfully request your approval and ratification of the noted summary of changes. Thank you.
Thank you. So Dr. Arlotto, do you have a recommendation?
I do indeed. Madam President, members of the board, I recommend that you approve the summary of changes for AFSCME.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Ms. Howe?
Dr. Tobin,
Aye.
Ms. Corkadow,
Aye.
Ms. Antwine,
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth,
Aye.
Mr. Smith,
Aye.
Ms. Schalheim,
Aye.
Ms. Frank,
Aye.
Ms. Ellis.
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Next, item 4.04, ratification of the negotiated agreement between the Board of Education and the Secretaries and Assistants Association of Anne Arundel County, SAAC.
Yes, hi, good evening. Again, my name is Melissa Rawls, and I am the Director of Employee Relations. I would like to present information regarding a tentative agreement for fiscal 2022, which is subject to your approval between the Board of Education and the Secretaries and Assistants Association of Anne Arundel County. In brief, the summary of changes as agreed upon by both parties include, but are not limited to, the following: a 1.38% COLA added to the base of the salary schedule for Unit 4 employees. One step for all eligible Unit 4 employees in fiscal year 22. One back step will be provided to eligible Unit 4 employees who did not receive a step in the 2011-2012 academic year as called for in their applicable negotiated agreement based upon an established criteria. One back step will also be provided mid-year to eligible Unit 4 employees who did not receive a step in the 2012-2013 academic year as called for in their applicable negotiated agreement based upon an established criteria. In addition, employees who reached the top of the salary scale and were not eligible for the 11-12 backup step will also receive a one-time $850 payment if they meet an established criteria. Employees who reached the top of the salary scale and were not eligible for the 12-13 back step will receive a one-time $850 mid-year payment if they meet an established criteria. The 4-day work week will continue from June 23rd, 2021 through August 17th, 2021. The teams diligently worked to reach an agreement that best serve the interest of Anne Arundel County Public Schools, SAAC employees, and support their commitment to AACPS students, staff, and community. I would like to thank Mr. Bradley Darjan, the UNISERV director, as well as Ms. Helen Wilkerson, who is joining me here today as SAAC president, and the entire SAAC negotiating team for their dedicated efforts during FY22 negotiations. On June 8th, 2021, SAAC finalized their ratification vote for this agreement, and I respectfully request your approval and ratification of the noted summary of changes. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Arlotto, do you have a recommendation?
Yes, Madam President, members of the board, I recommend approval of the tentative agreement between the Board of Education and the Secretaries and Administrative Assistants Association of Anne Arundel County.
So moved.
Second. Ms. Wilkerson, good evening. I believe so. Yep. Whichever you like.
I'm so thrilled to just be in here this
Aw.
evening.
We're thrilled to have
Watching
you.
all
virtual. You put me to sleep. You're waking me up. Many hours. I was like, oh, they still on? That's right. It's really great to be here to see all of you all in person today. Helen Wilkerson, President of Secretaries Assistants Association of Anne County. We'd like to thank Ms. Melissa Ross, Director of Employee Relationships, Dr. Olato, Madam Chair Ellis, Vice President Shulham, and members of the board, County Council, and County Executive, all the hard and dedicated work you have been doing and showing that you do care about your members. This year was a little challenge to negotiate virtual, but it had a positive side. I had a way to hide my facial expression when I disagreed. So, however, we do look forward to the next year, new normal. Mrs. Rawls, again, we thank you and your team for a timely negotiation. The line of communication with SAAC was a smooth process. We appreciate the board allowing us to be creative in how we manage the allocated funding for our members, and listening to our requests to allow the funds for all Unit 4 and SAAC members benefit. Your approval this evening shows our Unit 4 employees that you care about our working conditions and their hard work. And I like to just say thank you. We hope that you approve this tentative agreement at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wilkerson, for being here this evening, and thank you and all of the workers in your unit for all that you do for our school system. Thank you very much.
And I'm going to have Ms. Corkadal hold that bag for a second, which is going to go around. But I'm going to wait till you all say yes.
Are you going to take it back if we don't? I see no lights. I think we're ready to vote. Okay.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadel?
Aye.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
Ms. Schulheim?
Aye.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye. Where's my pen? Thank you, Ms. Wilkerson. Oh, awesome.
Very practical.
Oh, yay. Yes, very cool. All right. Next is item 4.05, terms of employment for Unit 1 employees. Dr. Olato.
Yes, Madam President, members of the board, I recommend approval of the terms of employment, as Ms. Rawls will spell out, for our Unit 1 employees for FY 2022.
Good evening. Again, for the record, my name is Melissa Rawls, Director of Employee Relations. The negotiating teams for the Board of Education and the Teachers Association of Anne Arundel County have not reached an agreement for fiscal year 2022. For this reason, I respectfully request the following terms of employment be established for Unit 1 employees for FY 2022. These terms will continue in effect until a successor amended negotiated agreement is approved and ratified. No step or salary cost of living increases, and the 4-day work week will occur from June 23rd, 2021 through August 17th, 2021. Thank you.
I love the color. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. Did no one motion to? He made a recommendation. Did we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, I think we can vote.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadel?
Aye.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
Ms. Schulheim?
Aye.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Item 4.06, terms of employment for Unit 2 employees. Dr. Alato.
Madam President, members of the board, I recommend approval of the terms of employment for Unit 2 employees for FY 2022.
The negotiating teams for the Board of Education and the Association of Educational Leaders have not reached an agreement for fiscal year 2022. For this reason, I respectfully request the following terms of employment be established for Unit 2 employees for FY 2022. These terms will continue in effect until a successor amended negotiated agreement is approved and ratified. No step or salary cost of living increases, no pay for performance, and the 4-day work week will occur from June 23rd, 2021 through August 17th, 2021. Thank you.
So moved.
Second.
Ms. Howe?
Dr. Tobin,
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell,
Aye.
Ms. Antwine,
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth,
Aye.
Mr. Smith,
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim,
Aye.
Ms. Frank,
Aye.
Ms. Ellis.
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Item 4.07, terms of employment for Units 5 and 6 employees. Oh, Dr. Arlotta.
Oh. Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I recommend approval of the terms of employment for Units 5 and 6 employees for FY 2022.
Terms of employment have been established for AACPS non-represented Unit 5 and Unit 6 employees for fiscal year 2022. The following is a summary of recommended changes. Provide a 3% COLA to all Unit 5 and Unit 6 employees. A 2% back step equivalent will be provided to eligible Unit 5 and Unit 6 employees who did not receive a step or a step equivalent in the 2011-2012 academic year based upon an established criteria. A 2% back step equivalent will be provided mid-year to eligible Unit 5 and Unit 6 employees who did not receive a step or step equivalent in the 2012-2013 academic year based on an established criteria. No performance pay will be awarded, and the 4-day work week will occur from June 23rd, 2021 through August 17th, 2021. I respectfully request your approval of the terms of employment for Units 5 and 6 for FY 2022. Thank you.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, I see no lights. Ms. Howe?
Dr. Tobin,
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell,
Aye.
Ms. Antwine,
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth,
Aye.
Mr. Smith,
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim,
Aye.
Ms. Frank,
Aye.
Ms. Ellis.
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Thank you, Ms. Rawls.
Thank you.
Item 4.08, safe and inclusive environments for LGBTQ plus students, code JQ.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I recommend approval of policy JQ, subject to final correction for style and format.
So moved.
Second.
Good evening.
Good evening. For the record, Jeanette Ortiz, Legislative and Policy Counsel.
And Ryan Vogelin, Director of Student Services.
So as the Superintendent Arlato indicated, we have policy JQ, Safe and Inclusive Environments for LGBTQ plus students before you on third reading. You may recall on second reading, the board made a few substantive amendments to the proposed policy. And so in accordance with your policy setting policy, I posted the policy with the additional amendments highlighted online for an additional public comment period. And those additional public comments that I received were sent to you this morning. And I don't have anything else, but we would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Ms. Corkadell.
Thank you, President Ellis. I do have a couple questions to start off with here. And the first one is, if you may recall in the first reader, I had requested, and it was accepted in public, that that we reach out to our students and actually share the legislation with them, the draft policy, and give them a chance to weigh in on it, and left the details kind of. I don't believe we turned it into a motion because it was agreed that that was okay and acceptable, which is fine. And I have yet to receive that information. So could we please get a report on the outcome of that request that was accepted?
Yes, ma'am. I'm glad to. This topic did come up when we were together last, and we were talking about this policy. We brought the superintendent's teen advisory together. We gave them the policy in advance and asked them to review it. And then we answered their questions and had a lengthy conversation. Mr. Vogelin, Mrs. Pelham joined us for that conversation, as did Miss Ortiz. Mr. Smith also joined us for that conversation. So we had a lengthy conversation with the superintendent's teen advisory about the policy.
And what did they conclude? We wanted what they felt about, we wanted to know what they thought of it.
Right, so there was no vote. It was not a vote of the students. I would, and correct me if I'm wrong, I would say that the students were overwhelmingly supportive of the policy. But I can't speak for every individual student that was part of the teen advisory that day. But I would venture to say that the students were very positive about, but did have a number of probing questions, which I thought was really healthy. They also had some suggestions, but many of their suggestions that the students gave us then, they had given us prior to, and they had been integrated into. And Mrs. Ortiz had met with several of those students prior to us even getting them together as a whole group.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
My second question is actually probably a Miss Ortiz question. No offense to Dr. Arlotto. But this is actually a little legal in nature. And so just give me a second to pull this up here. I did my homework and did my research, and I've been doing so ever since I knew it was coming about, and have been following the progress of many of the court cases that surround this issue, including in this state, including in Virginia, more recently out in the West Coast, and particular attention to our Federal Circuit Court of 9, because that's the body who would oversee what we do and what we do not do. And I took another look then again at the executive order. And my understanding, Ms. Ortiz, I do have the executive order in front of me. So do you have access to that?
So are you referencing President Biden's executive order?
Correct.
related
The
to
executive
Title IX?
order on preventing and combating discrimination on the basis of gender identity or sexual orientation is a presidential action that went into effect on January 20th of 2021.
Yeah, I don't have a
I
copy of it,
have
but
a-
I
I
have
have a
seen
hard
it.
copy
Oh,
for you,
wonderful. I would,
if you'd like.
yeah, absolutely.
At least I think I do in my file. Here. There we go. Yeah, oh yeah, you can keep it. I have it up on my screen, so. I always do the fail-safe because I've had IT issues before.
Smart. I like hard
It's
copies
no fault of
too.
anybody, it just happened. That's called life. Okay. Specifically with my questions. It's my understanding that we were previously operating under different executive orders, and that through several past presidents that our Congress and U.S. Senate have chosen not to take any action on furthering this, and has basically left it for executive order after executive order. And this is our latest one that took effect this year, just a few short months ago. And so you guys started to do the review and the crafting of this legislation before us, prior to this executive order, correct?
No, well, yes and no. So the policy committee first discussed the potential of having such a policy at the December meeting, and I brought forth various suggestions I had gotten from board members and other individuals, and we discussed more like in a broad base, if you will, of what this policy could encompass and what it could look like. And so based upon those conversations, we then, I believe it was in March, brought it to the policy committee, like an actual draft policy. So that would have been after the executive order. And then I got additional feedback from the policy committee members. And then you may recall that because it was December and we had 3 new members, the two board members that were at the December policy committee were just there for that meeting, but were not the official members for the remainder of the year, if you will. So then we had 2 new members in the March meeting. So I got additional feedback. And based upon that feedback and other feedback that I received from others, Mr. Vogelin and Ms. Jackson Avery, who's also been very helpful in crafting this policy and working on this, went back and made additional revisions. And the policy was brought to the policy committee in April meeting.
And since this executive order was adopted, have we received any guidance from the U.S. Department of Education or from any state agencies on this? And if so, how was it shared to the board, given that we are currently engaged in this policy?
Yeah, so thank you for that question. Actually, the U.S. Department of Education today, I have it.
Well, they had a 100-day deadline.
They just issued guidance, basically, and I reviewed it, but not like as thoroughly as I would like to review it because it came out later today, and I didn't have all the time that I would like to spend on it. But essentially, stating that Title IX applies to gender identity and sexual orientation, and it goes through recent Supreme Court cases referred to as the Bostock cases, even though the Bostock case is one case and there were other cases, but they're just referred to as the Bostock cases, in which the Supreme Court held that Title VII, which deals with employment, protects LGBTQ plus employees because you can't discriminate based on gender identity, and I'm summarizing that as eloquently as the Supreme Court stated, so please excuse me. Discrimination based on gender identity or sexual orientation can't be done but other than based on the basis of sex, right, which is discriminatory in and of itself. So there's a very detailed, in-depth Supreme Court ruling on that. And so essentially we have a district court in Maryland actually used the Bostock cases as well in a case dealing with a transgender student in Talbot County Public Schools and the use of facilities. And it used kind of that reasoning of the Supreme Court. They pulled Title VII as well because Title VII and Title IX are oftentimes, because it's similar, one's dealing with employees and one's dealing with students. And so oftentimes Title VII will guide Title IX decisions. So all of that to say that the U.S. Department of Education issued a notice of interpretation today, essentially indicating that gender identity, sexual orientation, LGBTQ plus students are protected under Title IX protections. Thank you.
So we just started to receive the outcomes of this, is what I'm hearing. And so given that you guys were just presented with this, has the state indicated, I've never heard of a significant changes or affirmations done to any of the titles, I'm just going to call them the titles, that would not end up with shortly thereafter, the state weighing in. Was there an indication of time sensitivity? Because there was indications in the executive order that there was funding ramifications.
So I'm not aware of the state weighing in. I'm sure their lawyers are kind of looking and mulling over and making sure that they fully understand, the details of the guidance. But I will say that the Maryland State Department of Education in 2016 issued guidelines, and our guidelines are also aligned with those guidelines. And so from the beginning, our State Department of Education, MSDE, has kind of held the same view about, non-discrimination protections for LGBTQ plus students. At that time, they were more focused on transgender students because that was the topic at the time that became, I don't want to say an issue, but more of a topic in schools during that time, 2015, 2016. And so, when we look at the facility language that's gotten so much attention, our policy, that's in the MSDE guidelines under Governor Hogan administration, his State Department of Education. And so I think those guidelines, and, we've seen it in other sort of case law and other cases. Of course, the Supreme Court hasn't had a case before it on this specifically because the Virginia case was remanded back to the lower court.
Yep.
But we've had federal court cases. And so I believe that we are completely aligned with those cases, with MSDE and with Title IX, and even this notice of interpretation.
So I find that a little bit fascinating because we normally take times and to review such things and make sure. And as I said, usually the state is following, and everybody just got the memo today, right? Correct?
Right. So from this Department of Education, yeah, it came out today, but there's been, so even though this is a notice of interpretation based on this Department of Education, I think that the issue lies in the previous administration and their interpretation of Title IX, and the Title IX rules that were put forth under the previous administration were vastly different than previous interpretations of Title IX and implementation. And so, starting with President Biden's executive order, and this is really taking us back towards what has traditionally been viewed as Title IX. So while it's a new notice, I don't believe it's a new interpretation per se. I think that under the previous administration, they had a very different interpretation of Title IX. So this sort of kind of gets us back on track, if you will, of what historically the federal government and states and things of that nature and other entities have interpreted and viewed Title IX and other just non-discrimination practices in general.
So as a follow-up, and I don't want to take too much time here, but I just, so you had mentioned a comment that Title VII language typically is the guiding point that leads us to Title IX language. So why are we, if part of the problem is the implementation of our existing policies, which, by the way, have not had a chance to be fully implemented because of COVID. They didn't even take effect until September, and nobody was in school. So although social media and virtual environments, we were able to do that, we have not seen any outcomes as a result of 3 very robust policies that are already in alignment with all of this. Is that correct? Is that an accurate summary? We just implemented these policies and we don't have any outcomes of them yet, of the existing ones.
If I may, are you referring to the bullying and the bias and the student sexual harassment misconduct policy?
Yeah, all the things that we waited. In fact, we waited, even though we wanted to pass it when I was policy chair, we waited for the language because we got wind of an interpretation just like this.
Yes.
And although the interpretation was more robust, we tend to wait until everybody's had their eyes on it that have authority over us, because we're at the bottom end of that pole in power and authority.
Yeah, so just for clarification, so the bullying policy, the bias, behavior, and language policy, and the student sexual harassment and misconduct policy, while they're new, they're not new. They were all encompassed under a previous bullying policy that just had all of it in one big policy. And so when we had staff was talking about breaking them up to really focus like the bullying, but also pull out the bias separately and pull out the sexual harassment and sexual misconduct. Luckily, the new members of the board at that time were also in agreement that they should be separated. So they're not really new in practice because they've been in place for many years, aligned with state law on bullying, MSD guidelines on bullying, and other state laws on sexual harassment, misconduct, Title IX, discrimination, etc. But the board agreed that it would be helpful to separate them. And so that's why the thought was to have this policy as well, even though it could to a certain degree be encompassed with the bullying, it's more detailed, right? If you look at the bias, you look at the sexual harassment and sexual misconduct, they're a little bit more detailed just to give us more outline about those issues. So those had already been reviewed. And so what we added to that was language. Title IX sort of required language about having a Title IX coordinator and that we practice due process and fair and equitable. There's just certain language, we decided it would be good to have in the policy, even though we have it elsewhere as required. And then the thought was that we would do a regulation to match, to accompany the student sexual harassment misconduct policy once the federal government issued the new rule on Title IX. That was sort of a conversation whether or not we needed a regulation. But that new rule was thousands of pages long and was, in effect last August, I believe. And so we're fully compliant with that. But now we have a new administration, federal administration, presidential administration under the Biden-Harris administration. They are reviewing the most recent changes to Title IX. And so right now we're compliant with everything that is required of us at this time. And so obviously if anything changes, then we would have to go back and maybe look at policy JP, the student sexual harassment and misconduct. I know many of you know Ms. Asha Smith, Senior Manager of Equal Employment. And she handles all the EEOC related complaints, and she was amazing in dealing with employee teacher accommodations during COVID. So I'd like to give her a little shout out there because she's a rock star. But her office handles that. So she's an attorney. She is very in tune with the things that are coming. As a matter of fact, we just had a meeting the other day talking about the Title IX requirement.
So this policy is related to Title IX, correct? It is a protected class and is defining how we feel about that protected class.
Yeah, it's related to Title IX because we do, I think the regulation really speaks more to sports and that sort of thing. But it's a non-discrimination. I think our non-discrimination law in the state of Maryland really speaks more closely to it because our law specifically deals with gender identity and gender expression discrimination. And so that would be the most direct legal, sort of authority, if you will.
So why would the board now, before passing for employees, particularly when the employees are responsible for enforcement and implementation of even our current, I'm not talking about the new one here, if they're the ones responsible. And I just heard a bunch of testimony that despite our professional training, that despite all of our intents, despite how we feel about these students, that I mean, I don't know if they were, I would hope that people were speaking honestly from their heart and not exaggerating to make a point. And so with it not being exaggerated, what I'm hearing are categorical concerns. And so if the bulk of the concerns have to do with how they are interfacing with our schoolhouse and administration, not in the school and in the school, and their experience has, they do not feel safe, is what I heard. And they are saying also that they don't have that, it appears they do not have that connection, that the staff is all caught up to the current language, to the current intent, and is proactively doing what we basically ask them to do. And that's to say, speak up and speak out. And that's the only way you solve the problem. So I'm not understanding why you guys normally recommend that we address the employee conduct prior to the student conduct. In other words, why would we ask or impose upon our students that which we are not willing to put in writing on our own? Why is it being recommended then that we are implementing a student policy prior to any review or integration into the employees, which is where the approvals for the restrooms are, which is who we want our students to get in touch with so that we can help them when they need help? And so if they don't trust that and there are gaps in that, why would we address the issue with the students before the employees?
So I can't speak on behalf of the board. I know I was asked to prioritize this policy and to work on it. And there was discussion, I believe, in that December meeting, you may recall, about working on the student policy and if the staff policies needed to be updated depending on what the final product of the student policy, that we would certainly do that. But I do want to be very clear. We have policies in place for our staff and employees. I've heard through the grapevine that some constituents and members of the public think that we don't. So let me be very clear. AACPS has policy AC, non-discrimination, that clearly addresses all, non-discrimination and protected classes. In our school system, sexual orientation and gender identity and gender expression are covered under that policy. That applies to everyone, students and staff. So that's our overarching. So even if we didn't have this policy or any of the other policies or regulations, that's our overarching policy. The thing is that, we have other policies that are just more detailed and provide more guidance, provide more specificity, and then of course the regulations which give procedures, right, to help staff and students and employees understand what is expected of them. We also have an entire employee handbook that clearly states the expectations of staff behavior. And even though we don't cover staff conduct per se in student policies, I just would like to remind everyone that this policy, the bias behavior and language policy, the student sexual harassment and misconduct policy, all have this, procedures and reporting to follow the bullying reporting, because the bullying form covers all of those classes and topics. And in the bullying policy, it clearly states that any complaints against an employee, a volunteer, or a third party will be reported to the Office of Investigations, which is a complete other entity that deals with employee discipline, or if it's a third party contractor or something of that nature, right? And so we are covered. The question is, do we want to, add more language, give a little bit more detail? And of course, the board can do that. And so the conversation was, if this policy was adopted, and then it was determined that, it would be helpful to add some additional information to the employee policy, that we would do that and we would look at that. And so that was the direction that I received.
So as a follow-up to that, thank you very much. That was more thorough than what I had anticipated. And so, so as it relates, I want to get back to this executive order so we can move along, of course, is that section 2, subsection C, says that if an agency takes an action of this section, it shall seek to ensure that it is accounting for and taking appropriate steps to combat overlapping forms of discrimination, such as discrimination on the basis of race or disability. In other words, that they're coexisting. Is it your professional opinion that would there be any difference in how we would treat a claim or investigate it if it was overlapping? Because we will have details for one protected class and not of those that overlap. And I'm saying that specifically because when we did review our bullying, bias, and intimidation policies in particular, there were considerations by members of our current and former board to want to either do exactly what we are proposing to do today, or to add additional bolstering language to those policies. And my recollection of what we were told and what we were advised was that in matters of Title VII and Title IX, that we are best to, and then mentioned about how we waited for additional language for that. And we need to be very careful in particular, because when we don't use that precise language, we can run into problems, particularly if we have to defend ourselves in cases in the federal court and otherwise. So what has changed between then of what I was reported from staff and now as it relates to this? Is it the executive order, or is it just because it's this protected class as opposed to the other ones that other members were advocating for at the time?
So I will say that the Title IX rules that were implemented under the previous administration make it much more difficult to be considered a Title IX case, if you will. So for someone to bring what would be referred to as a Title IX complaint, the requirements are so much more stringent that you can have what we would consider to be maybe a sexual harassment or a gender discrimination case that still does not meet the current rules definition of a Title IX complaint. And so in that instance, it could absolutely be dealt with differently. Title IX is very prescriptive in how that's investigated, how individuals are notified, what the steps are, but it's also very, very specific in what constitutes Title IX, right? And so many of the concerns of advocates around the country were that things that were previously considered Title IX would no longer be considered Title IX. However, we do have, state and federal laws just on discrimination in general, and so they would still fall under that. So yeah, there could definitely be a situation. I would venture to guess if that rule remains in place and the Biden-Harris administration doesn't revise some of the requirements, then we would have much fewer cases that would be considered Title IX cases, if you will, but what could certainly fall under other discriminatory.
So if one of the
Ms. Corkadal, I'm just going to ask, I have had a couple more lights. I'm wondering if.
No, that's fine. I was just going to wrap up and say that I appreciate
Okay.
Ms. Ortiz.
Yeah.
And the reason I'm asking this, President Ellis, is I would like to put forth a motion.
Okay.
At this time, and depending on the outcome of this motion, possibly one additional one immediately following.
Okay. There's,
And it is directly germane to the existing motion. It is a subsidiary motion and is permitted under Robert's rules. So I am going to now, I have given this to Ms. Howell to share with the board. And so if you can just give her a minute to email that to the board members so that they can see the precise language that I'm doing. And while we are waiting for that, I'm just going to say that I'm not happy with the position that I'm in right now because I don't think this is going to get us to where we need to be. This is policy, not resolution, not regulation. This is policy. Policy is a very precise legislative function. And positions in our policy are designed to guide and implement and provide that guidance. And along the way, we hope that it provides inspiration, perhaps, but legislation is a very technical issue. And so typically, boards such as ours separate through separate motions, compare and resolutions, and leave the policy to the technicality. And as you can see, based on our conversation with Ms. Ortiz and I, that it's a little complicated. And what is really concerning me right here and right now is that we don't have all the facts yet from the federal government and the state. And I'm not convinced, quite frankly, that this is going to solve my students' problems, because it is in the enforcement and the comfort and the relationship between those students affected by this and our staff that the problems are occurring. And it's nobody's fault, but it exists. It has been reported in testimony to exist. We cannot parse out people's testimony and say one piece is relevant and the other is not. It is all very relevant. I want to make sure we get this right. If we've got a problem and our kids don't feel safe and included in our schools, then we have an obligation to do that.
Point of order.
And so I am just doing my introduction while she is sending that.
Point of order,
It's
President
been
Ellis.
received.
We have other members that have had lights on that had questions about the first round, and generally speaking, we do.
I'm proposing a subsidiary motion, and
There's
it
a
does
motion on
trump
the
all
table,
that.
And
It's the nature of the
because, right. And because this, so in other words, this isn't a Q&A because the motion's already on the table. So, Ms. Corkadal, do you want to go ahead and read your,
Yes, does
Offer-
everybody have it?
No.
oh, I'm sorry.
Can everybody check their email, or I can take another 5 minutes and we can print?
Yeah.
Okay. President Ellis, and I will wrap up my intro. I do believe I'm allowed an introductory statement, and it was interrupted, so I will proceed. As I was saying, I don't want to say no, but I do not believe that this is comprehensive enough and is prudent, because we may very well have to revisit this again. And we have current language in place. Does it do what this draft policy does? No. But my understanding is that the operations of our school are not going to be changing just by virtue of placing existing regulatory language, shy new amendments from last meeting, into a policy. They are words on paper. Are they words on paper that do have extremely strong meanings to people? Yes, they absolutely do. And that's why we've got to make sure we get it right. We are not on our timeline. We need to be on our students' timeline. And so I therefore respectfully request that our board members consider the movement that the board postpone to a certain time action on the third reading draft policy JQ until the following events occur. Number one, the U.S. Department of Education, State of Maryland, Maryland Department of Education, or the Maryland Board of Education has advised the local education agencies on any new required legal language, implications, and/or similar mandated and suggested policy, regulations, and practices for the Presidential Executive Order on Preventing and Combating Discrimination on the basis of gender identity or sexual orientation, signed into effect by the President of the United States on January 20th, 2021. Or when advised by said federal and state agencies that no new policy, regulation, and practices or legal language shall be necessary as a result of said presidential executive order. And B, any new requirements be reported to the board no less than 14 days prior to resuming third reader action on draft policy JQ. This shall be in accordance with policy BF, policy BCD, and their regulations. The superintendent shall be granted authority to carry out these actions in a manner that is transparent and inclusive of all affected constituents and stakeholders, students, and employees. Thank you.
Okay. Pardon me. A light has come on since the motion was offered. I had a couple other lights, so I'm just going to check. Do you want to hold until? Okay. And Ms. Antwine?
So now I would like to speak on this and the other if I could.
Yeah, can you just start
Please.
with this and then we'll come back?
Absolutely. Let me just be respectful here to Mr. Silkworth and put my mask on. This crocodile has me where I can't breathe right now. Ms. Crocodile, thank you very much for this motion. I am unable to support this motion because the time is now. I believe that if the law that has been the one that was referred to most was the 1972 law. So if it should change, I believe Ms. Ortiz, Mr. Vogelin, and their team will update us and we'll change accordingly. But I'm all for voting today for this policy to be put into place.
Thank you, Ms. Antwine. Ms. Schallheim?
I will not be supporting this motion. I think this is a tactic to delay. our
Point of
third
order,
reading.
motive.
That was not appropriate.
Point of order.
I will not be supporting this motion. I will speak more to the original motion on the table at the appropriate time, but I will not be supporting this.
Mr. Silkworth?
I also will not support this. For me, everything is about the safety of our students. I think that if this policy is passed today, it may save the life of some of our students. And if it saves one of those lives, it's well worth it. If something occurs and we get something from the state or the federal government or whatever, I see no reason why we could not amend our policies to be in line with whatever that might be. So I will be a no.
Okay, that's all I see. No, I'll come. Actually, I am just going to quickly ask a question so I understand. So there was a lengthy question and answer. So I just want the Cliff Notes portion now. What is coming down the pike that we should be keeping our eye out on? And I'll speak. My concern is I don't want to revisit this policy in the next year. You know, if this policy should pass when there is pending legislation or, law of any sort, that is, I believe, important to know.
Yeah, thank you for that question. So I do not believe that any potential changes to the Title IX rule that was implemented last year would impact this policy. I do think it could impact policy JP, student sexual harassment and misconduct, because, right, that's the one that really was developed to more specifically address Title IX complaints. And so, but even then, I don't think that policy would have to be updated. And as I mentioned, I met with Ms. Smith and some other colleagues, our legal department, a couple days ago talking about this. And we said, oh, we might have to update our complaints policy or regulation to maybe do a separate section for Title IX, just because Title IX is very different than how we would normally handle appeals and things of that nature. And so again, if any, I don't even see JP having to be amended, because of the way it was drafted, it was done in a way with the understanding that there might be some tweaks here, because again, this is like thousands of pages of rules that's not going to go in a policy, right? And the overarching sort of positions of the board in that policy JP, are overarching sort of non-discrimination on the basis of sex. That's not going to change on any specific potential revisions to Title IX review processes or procedures. So I don't see even that policy changing. Like I said, we might have to address our complaints policy or regulation to add a Title IX section, just because that's a whole separate animal. But I definitely don't see this policy having to be changed. But, you know, I'm not psychic and anything can happen. I don't foresee it. And, you know, as I do with all of our policies, I do a very thorough review of state, federal laws and regulations. And, you know, Mr. Burns has his eyes on them as well, and my colleagues. And I interact with colleagues from around the state on a weekly basis. I have, you know, interact with MSTE staff. So, and our staff here, and, you know, I don't claim to be an expert on anything. And so I really rely on my colleagues to help guide me on substantive things that I may not be aware of, to, you know, the true experts, right? Like Ms. Smith, on EEOC complaints and Title IX complaints, to ensure that we get it right. So, right, the goal is always to get it right. And so I am not concerned that any potential tweaks to the Title IX rules would at all impact this policy.
Okay, thank you. You know, I think there was a legitimate concern there, and I appreciate Ms. Corkadell because again, I wouldn't have known the answer without it coming up and without asking the question.
Yeah.
But I am going to trust your expertise and probably not support postponing, but I again appreciate the information. Ms. Corkadell.
Thank you. A lot of my questions were to basically, I was on the fence on this because, quite honestly, I think that something this big usually warrants quite a bit of interaction and careful deliberative purposes. And I go back to what we were told prior and what I know now, and that is that we basically have created a draft policy that has great potential, but without an employee policy and without any substantive new language, because every single piece of language that's in here is already something we have to comply with. And I think it has potential of being truly helpful, but words on the paper only take us so far. And our policies are designed to take us 110% of the way there. And what I haven't heard reported is why we have the gaps in the first place. Why do we have kids that do not feel comfortable? And it sounds pretty substantive quantitatively. I don't know that the 30% that was reported by any individuals is an accurate statement, but what I do know is that it's significant enough that the superintendent is now recommending it, even though it was not originated from the superintendent. And it has a lot of attention. It has attention at the national and the state level too. But I also know that our fellow LEAs are walking slowly with this because of the possibility of language changes, because of the potential of some of the impacts of these. And given the fact that we are already in a place that does not, we already can enforce everything, every single thing that those students said, we have between all those policies that Ms. Ortiz called out. And if we're going to add a brand new policy to our brand new legislation, I think we need to make sure we get it right to where it actually solves the problem. Because whether or not it's sitting in a regulation or sitting in a policy, it ends up translating the same identical way in the student code of conduct. It will translate to the same thing. The enforcement is not going to change as a result of that language. The penalty is not going to change. And there is nothing in our policy right now, in this policy, it is student driven. So that means that the changes that need to take place at the cultural level, that's the adults in the room. This policy does not affect it. I want us to be safe and inclusive the right way, the correct way, not the way that makes people temporarily feel good. Temporarily feeling good is great. And if this were a resolution, it would be a different conversation. I've not said no to any of the resolutions or otherwise. I do always provide caution because all 4 items on our equity lens indicate that that is our job to question it. This is our job to question it. It is our job to take action, but after we have ensured it. And I'm going to remind everybody of what it all says. Who are the underrepresented groups affected by the policy, program, practice, decision, or action? What is the potential impacts on these groups? So in this particular case, the underrepresented groups are groups who are not affected directly by this policy, who but may be indirectly affected by conflicts relevant to some of these other protected categories, such as religion, such as race, such as other discriminatory practices. Does this policy, program, practice, decision, action worsen existing disparities or produce other unintended consequences? I do not think that we have fully vetted that yet.
Ms. Corkadell, I do have to ask you, are you speaking to postponing this
Yes.
policy? Okay. I
My
wasn't sure if you were
my
speaking to the
point
policy itself.
is that, and no one's heard the equity lens in a while, and I think it's important to the why I'm postponing. What are the barriers to more equitable outcomes, mandated, political, emotional, financial, programmatic, and how will you mitigate the negative impacts, address the barriers identified above? There are barriers that have been brought to our attention that are real, that are legitimate, just as legitimate as all the other testimony we have heard in advocacy for it. I am asking our board to make sure that we've got this right. At no moment in time did this board ask for a full-blown equity lens outcome or analysis. And I just think that we're not quite there yet. I'm willing to strike the language of the conditions and even edit them or have them amended. But I think we need to make sure we get this right, and I do not believe this is ready for prime time. So I would ask you, I'm asking my colleagues to reconsider voting on this now just to get it out of the way because, oh my goodness, we're hearing all this stuff about it and, we want it just to be over. No, we need to get it right. This is legislation. This is not a writ or anything else. We need to get this 110% right. And everything we have in place is going to go there a long way to protect our students. There's no good reason why we cannot propose a resolution to take those values and put them in place while we consider the actual policy and its implications. Thank you.
Ms. Howell, we're voting on the subsidiary motion.
Do you need me to reread? Are you okay?
No, this is for the motion to delay the policy.
Dr. Tobin?
Nay.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Ms. Antoine?
Nay.
Mr. Silkworth?
Nay.
Mr. Smith?
Nay.
Ms. Schalheim?
Nay.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Nay.
That's 2 in the negative, 6 in the affirmative, motion fails.
Doc, I'm sorry, are you still? An amendment? Okay.
So Ms. Howell, can you please hand out, there was something that I did observe and I already spoke to our policy chair about it. I've spoken to Ms. Ortiz and Dr. Alato and our president, and I believe there is a tech edit that is noteworthy. Had my motion to postpone passed, it would have been something I would have granted at a later moment in time, but given not, I would like to bring to the attention of a technical edit that I would like consensus on adopting.
Before you go forward, I made an error in saying that it was 2 in the negative. It was 2 in the positive and 6 in the negative. And so everybody, I switched
I'm
it by
sorry, I didn't
mistake.
even hear it.
The motion failed regardless, but I wanted to clarify that mistake.
Thank you. Thanks for the clarification.
It's just no, it's just it's the one that had the any versus A's. Correct, and so this is, yeah, it's all highlighted, right? Okay, all right. Thank you, President Ellis. I want to thank Ms. Ortiz for assisting me in identification of the subsections of what I would consider, and she concurred, I believe, with, and I spoke to Dr. Tobin as well as the policy chair, and we have a couple sections. Now, this is a prior to amendments of the last meeting, but I do not believe that any of the new amendments passed can be containing or eligible, or would they?
So can you remind me, I just want to make sure I know what your amendment is, your
The
technical amendment. I
amendment
believe I
is
do
the
know.
areas that you identified.
Any instead of
Yeah,
any.
so we use, like the board supports the right of a student to be addressed. So like not section C3. I'm proposing a tech edit to say the right
still
of
remember.
any student be addressed.
Thank you.
And this is to basically make sure that it is perfectly clear that all of our policies apply to all of our students, and that the word a, I felt was that the word any would be more adequate, and we are dealing with legislation and precision. All was not appropriate. That is rarely appropriate in law, and Ms. Ortiz reminded me of that. And so thank you very much. And so this is not necessary to vote on, nor to delay the vote that is pending and a motion on the table. this as a tech edit would just simply be incorporated in upon adoption.
So if I may, so in addition to three subsections, 3, 4, 5, and 6, with the amended language added to 5, which was not in the original version, I think it would have to go at the end, the last line of facilities. No, I'm sorry, the second. So identify, the third line identifies as well as the right of any student to use a safe and non-stigmatizing school. So that would be the 5th, any.
Yeah, and it seemed to me too that if people are, if we have students that are transitioning from one to another, that it would become relevant because the student may not at the time, it may not apply to them, but it may in the future. And so it quantifies that as well. Madam President, is there, I will defer to you on how you want to procedurally handle this.
So if I'm understanding correctly, the amendment being offered is to change in these
It's not an amendment.
examples, the word.
It's not an amendment. It's
I'm
a
sorry,
technical edit.
The edit, sorry.
Yeah.
To change the word a to any.
Any in specific cases, not every
Right,
word.
right,
of
right,
the-
right. Yeah, the ones that were noted.
Mhm.
Yeah. And is anyone concerned with that language change, that edit? No. Okay.
Okay.
So I think that's.
Okay, and we are, and then I'm just
sorry,
going.
one moment. Is it? Yes.
I'm very sorry, Mr. Sigmore. For example, in 10, 11, and 12, we refer to an AACPS student. Does that change to any AACPS student, or are you considering keeping that the same as well?
So I didn't think that needed to be changed there.
It's a little different.
You don't think it needs to be
No,
changed? Okay,
I don't think.
just clarifying. That's all. Thank
Okay.
you.
Mhm.
Yep. Okay.
Yes. Mhm.
Thank you.
Yes. I still do not feel that this is ready for prime time. I will be abstaining from the motion on the table and have no further comments.
Okay, Dr. Tobin?
Thank you. So now we're speaking to the original motion, correct? Okay, just trying to get it straight. Ms. Ortiz, just to revisit, you addressed these comments, these questions around essentially holding the adults accountable. It is the case, I noted in my policy report earlier that it is our goal to, in our next meeting, lay out the schedule for next year with an eye to reducing backlog. One of the issues on the table was reviewing the policy that would need to be aligned with this one with regard to employees. GAA, I believe it.
GAGG.
Right. So just to reiterate, that will be on the docket as soon as we can next year, and we will align and make sure.
Yes, correct. So the thought was that, so I was waiting on the Title IX stuff
Right.
as well, and also, which was another reason, which I failed to mention earlier, we were waiting also for the Title IX information at that time, as well as this policy adoption to determine whether it made sense to include information or language in GAGG, which is also like a sexual harassment and sexual harassment. So it's kind of akin to our like bullying and our bias, but it's just written differently for employees to determine whether we needed to add some language in that policy to align with language in this policy. And so the thought was, from the committee to work on the student policy, because again, staff is already, right, we're already covered. And so I understand there are concerns, and I think that we have policies in place, but unfortunately in this world, we'll always have people that don't follow rules, right? And so that's why things happen. And so we continue as a school system to emphasize, expectations, whether it's our staff, volunteers, students, et cetera, on behaviors. And Dr. Alato has made a commitment to continue, with professional development and training to help, to supplement, right? Because just putting something on paper isn't going to do the trick. And we understand that. And so he has committed to do the work. He has been doing the work. The staff has been doing the work. But as I think, we've discussed in previous meetings, it doesn't mean that things will be 100% because people are people and humans are humans. And, why certain people behave the way they do and do the things they do is beyond my pay scale. But we certainly have the mechanisms in place to address them. But of course, if we can be even clearer, right, or more direct, then yes, we can certainly do that. So I'm sorry, that was very long-winded, but yes, that is on our, it was on our list this year, and it will certainly be on our list next school year. Now that, if this passes today,
Then we
to
move
look
forward.
at that more closely to
Right.
determine how best to incorporate language.
I will say, though, to your point, Ms. Corkadal raised this too, this idea that words on paper aren't enough. They may not be enough, but nothing happens without them. And we've heard from many that, and Mr. Silkworth alluded to this, these words can change people's lives, and it matters that it comes from us. We are the governing body of this school system. Do those words, from the moment they're put on, magically do everything perfectly? No. That's why we live in a system that believes in a document that we all keep revisiting, whether it's the Constitution or any other one. But that's where we start. And I think the truth is we've heard compelling testimony over many nights, not only here in this boardroom, but in other venues, the teen advisory, the various fora that CRASC has convened, and many other places, that there is a deep need for this policy. There is a deep need for us to state this. This is a marginalized group of students, many of whom have been subjected to treatment, yes, from adults, yes, from other students, yes, from others in their community, that leaves them with depression, anger, suicidal ideation, and suicide itself. And it is our job to do whatever is necessary to alleviate that suffering. If we truly believe all means all, we should pass this policy and provide the protective and safe and inclusive environment that these students, all students, need. But this statement regarding this particular policy and this particular group of students is necessary because they do not have that now, and they've told us that much. I would suggest that some on this board have argued forcefully over these last months against making any policy or avoiding any policy or forestalling any policy on the basis of fear. And I would submit that we must not let fears, particularly fears that have no basis in evidence, keep us from doing what's right. And as I said, providing the safe and inclusive environment that every student is owed and we know that every student needs to flourish. And so I think, as Ms. Antwine said, the time is now. We need to do this. I personally never do anything I do, I never assume is perfect. I figure I'll probably have to go back and fix something. And if we have to amend, we will. But I too accept your expertise, Ms. Ortiz, on, insofar as you can see down the road, this looks like it's pretty well aligned. This is a critical starting point that can literally save lives. And so I urge my colleagues to vote for this. I hope that the students who have come before us, who have expressed their deep pain in public, which nobody should ever have to do. And so I thank them for that, for the courage to do that. I hope they know that this board cares deeply about them. We are doing our level best to do better as we know better. So thank you.
Ms. Schalheim.
I first want to thank Dr. Tobin, the policy committee, Ms. Ortiz and her staff, and others that have had a hand, Mr. Vogelin, and others that have had a hand in getting us to this night and this moment. I want to remind everyone sitting up here in our very small audience and anyone watching from home that our guidelines have been in effect for 6 years. This policy doesn't do anything new. This policy codifies what has been our practice for quite some time. I am stunned, floored, and saddened that that any part of this is controversial, given the fact that this has been our practice for 6 years. I think about those I love in my life that didn't have guidelines and or a policy when I was going through school, and suffered greatly for it and still do. And I'm very grateful to Dr. Arlotto for being brave and being a champion for trans students and putting guidelines into place 6 years ago. The time is now to do this. I can't say it any better than Dr. Tobin did, so I won't try. I feel, I'm sorry, I'm emotional. This is for the students, and I care about you. I hear you. I see you. You're so brave to come and tell your stories. You're so brave to participate in the Let's Talk Justice Forum a year ago almost, and for further educating some of us and our greater community about what it is to walk in your shoes every day. I lead from the front, and I will be voting yes on this policy. And I have all students back, including those of the LGBTQ plus community, and the staff and students, the teachers and other students and staff who love them. And this is while it might not be perfect, I don't believe much is in life, and this is a heck of a start and a very heavy lift, and I'm very grateful. I will be voting yes.
Fine.
Thank you. I didn't have any more to say on the actual policy. I just wanted to commend every single person who shaped what we're about to vote on right now. The boldness, the bravery, the honesty. it has all made a difference. And even after policy is put into play, I hope you all trust your Board of Education to always make the right decision for your education, for your safety, and for your well-being. Thank you.
Mr. Smith?
First, I just have a quick question, and just want to preface this with no action will be taken by me tonight. Just want to get this motion passed tonight. Ms. Ortiz, just a quick question. Have you been in communication? You said you've been in communication with, first off, Ms. Ortiz, Mr. Vogelin, good evening for a final time as a board member.
Good evening.
Hopefully I won't have to say good morning to you both.
Right.
But Ms. Ortiz, you said you were in communication with colleagues from around the state. So are you aware of the Prince George's County guidelines that were passed, I think, in April?
Nope, I have not seen those. I'm aware of other school systems that have addressed this in a less detailed manner, but have addressed this issue, Baltimore City, Howard, and some other.
Okay. Well, Prince George's County, they published on April 12th, transgender and gender non-conforming students. It was an administrative procedure. I guess
That's like their regulations. Yeah.
This is from their CEO.
Yes.
And under Section E, restroom and locker room accessibility, it just says students shall have access to restrooms, locker rooms, or changing facilities that correspond to their gender identity. Nothing else. I was just wondering, I mean, of course you can't, I guess, speak for them, but do you know why their language doesn't have anything like consistently demonstrates?
No, I do not. And my colleague didn't like I said, my colleague who works on this, we meet every week, hadn't mentioned these regulations. So I'm not aware of, why they chose certain language.
Of course. And I was just made aware of these tonight. So I just thought I'd ask.
Yeah, and I will definitely take a look at it. Thank you for bringing it to my attention.
I appreciate all the work that you've been putting into this. Now speaking to the motion, I just think that, putting this, codifying it, making it actual policy and regulation as opposed to guidelines, something that is permanent to the school system, not just with the superintendent. This is moving the conversation forward. I want to tell you a story. 9th grade, told this board this many times, I wasn't always the advocate I am today, right? You kind of had to grow into your voice. Meade High School, we had a transgender student. I had never seen a transgender student in real life. And just really, it was just a tough time for that student. I mean, names were called at them, things were thrown at them. I mean, they just weren't safe, but day in and day out, they would walk through the doors of Meade High School proud of themselves. Sometimes they would be the only one in that building that was truly their own ally. And every day, I don't have many regrets, but I regret never saying anything. I was always in earshot of the terrible names, and I was just too concerned of what other people would think of me to not say anything. I mean, that's the reality that some of our students are going through. This policy, making sure that it's, solidified, this moves the conversation forward. This makes AACPS as a whole a better place for our students, for our staff, for our families. Now, like Ms. Ortiz says, this won't stop, hatred. This won't stop bigotry, but it will build a wall against those things for our students. And that's the primary goal. So I ask every member on this board that if you're willing to vote no, that you'll be willing to look an LGBTQ plus transgender student in the eyes and tell them why you voted no. It's easy to talk to an empty room, to your fellow colleagues who, like one some person who gave a testimony, presumably we're all cisgendered and straight. It's easy to say, I'm voting against this because of this, but look them in the eyes. That's a much harder thing to do. I've done it myself. January 14th, I had the pleasure of hosting an LGBTQ plus town hall. Just wanted to see what they wanted. And many of the things they told me were in the guidelines, but now they're in this policy. So I will close that we shouldn't let, I guess, policies stop us, because things change from the federal government all the time. And we have a wonderful and dedicated staff who's capable of making the necessary changes to our language. So just urge all my colleagues to, I guess, take this bold step, take this right step so we can move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. I'm going to ask just a couple of quick questions and make a statement, and then we'll vote. So to recap, 3 meetings now. We've visited this policy, 2 lengthy discussions now, questions. This policy, and this probably is more for Mr. Vogelin and Dr. Arlotto, tell me how this is going to change students' lives in the, I don't mean what impact this will have emotionally on our students that this policy is seeking to support, but what's going to change in the classroom daily? What's going to change in school operations? What's changing because if this policy passes?
I think the immediate is nothing, right? That the policy itself is going to dramatically change how people treat each other, how they view each other, how they understand each other. So that's the reason I say nothing. What the policy does do for us is it gives us what's the word I'm looking for? A little more strength behind what we have been doing, gives us more focus that we can work with our staff, our students, and our community to say, this is important. It's clearly important to this board, should it pass. It's something that we have been working on over time with our staffs and with our students. These are conversations that happen in GCC. The reason we put that class together so that we can have students better identify with themselves and the world around them. And so the immediate is nothing. The classroom is not going to drastically change tomorrow if this policy passes tonight. But it does give us some more strength to continue to do the work and more focus to continue to do the work to support all of our students, particularly our LGBTQ plus students. As this policy is written, it's focused for them and about them because they do have unique needs. And we want to continue to be able to support them. Ryan, would you add anything to that?
Yeah, I mean, I would agree. I think awareness is, a few of you have said this, the more conversations we have about this, the more people learn. Just through these conversations we've had over the last few months, I have learned a lot. I've developed collaboration partnerships with agencies that I didn't know before this. Those partnerships allow us to be better in AACPS because we're always growing. We're always getting better when it comes to these issues, but we're never perfect. So, I mean, with Annapolis Pride, the WISE group, there's many groups that we've connected with. We've had LGBTQ panels with staff. Staff have told us what their concerns are in the classroom, how we can change. So I just think it elevates and it supports, it affirms what these kids are experiencing. And you see kids who come up today, crass, they always tell you their pronouns first. I mean, kids are talking about this more than I've ever heard before because they support their fellow LGBTQ plus students. So I just think it's affirmation, awareness, education, and with that comes continuous change and support. And so that's what I see happening. And I see it, and that happens in the classroom every day. As Dr. Lotto said, the more we talk about it, it will change how teachers view, how teachers teach. And I just think it's happening. It will continue to happen. So
if this policy passes tonight, is it going to does that mean tomorrow in school, people will be using different bathrooms than they used today?
That, I mean, we already have the guidelines in place that allow that.
Okay, so that won't change with this policy.
No, that won't change, but I want to go, the word that was escaping me that Mr. Vogelin brought forward is awareness.
Mhm.
So maybe this will be, maybe this could be the awareness catalyst for a student that wasn't aware before and now is, about how there are more protections for them, or that the guidelines and now policy even existed. So I think awareness is the right word to use.
Yeah, and I think our training is going to be better. We already, Dr. Gillens and I already have meetings with Jeremy Browning to talk about training and how we can better train our staff so they can be better prepared in the classroom. So those conversations are already happening. And I think it's because of, this has been the catalyst for those conversations.
And do I understand the language correctly in the policy and the regulate, maybe the policy, that a student who feels uncomfortable sharing a bathroom with a student or students who are biologically different, have a different sexual anatomy, that there's a place for that student?
Yes, so the language, and I think we talked about this at the second reading. So the language regarding facilities and safe and non-stigmatizing applies to all of our students, and we discuss how there are a variety of reasons why a student, not simply related to LGBTQ+, so you can have a student that might feel uncomfortable if they know that a student is transgender, but you can have a student that feels uncomfortable for other reasons, and we currently work with those students to identify an alternative facility. And I did state at the last meeting, so I want to say it again with the caveat of, obviously we have limitations of the availability of facilities in our schools, but we certainly work with students. So if they want to use a different, bathroom, that is certainly an option. And we do that now. We do that now for our LGBTQ+ students and other students that may want to not change in the locker room for a host of other reasons.
Okay, and I think this is my last question. What about education that's going to happen in our elementary classrooms where parents are concerned about the age appropriateness of teaching or discussing issues involving sex and gender? First of all, what's happening now, and is that going to change at all?
We don't specifically talk about gender identity or sexual orientation. We talk more about accepting differences and understanding how and respecting others. So, we don't tell teachers to teach directly on that. It's more about respecting differences and others. And when things come up, those conversations, we support schools on how to address those situations, because they will come up. So we teachers, schools, principals will reach out to my office, reach out to Dr. Gillen's office, and we will support them on how to do that. So.
Okay.
Yeah, and I just wanted to add to that, because I actually had this conversation with our curriculum folks yesterday, because I got some calls and some questions. But, everything we do is age appropriate. We have grade bands, right? And a lot of that's in law, state regulations, MSD requirements. So our health education specifically, and, other coursework is aligned with state requirements. And so certainly we address all of our topics based on age appropriateness. But to what Mr. Vogelin already stated, we're not having those direct conversations in classes, but when they do come up, then the teachers are prepared to how to best address questions that may come up.
Thank you. So I just have a few things to say. I've been listening this entire time. I listened carefully to our CAC, to our advisors on the policy committee. I listened to our experts here in the boardroom. I listened to our students. I listened to our parents. I listened to members of the community who are concerned about our students. I've been listening the entire time. And I have to give a commentary on the times. I'm very sad about the state of affairs when it comes to having conversations. This is not unique to our school system. This is not unique to Anne Arundel County. This is a nationwide problem. I've asked some questions based on people who've reached out to me who don't want to respond to publicly. They don't want to come here and testify publicly. They don't want to send an email that's going to be posted publicly. They don't want to respond to our public comment period on the policy itself. And here's why. I've asked some questions about the instruction in the classroom. I've asked questions about the bathroom or facilities. I've asked, I think last meeting we discussed athletics a bit. So I understand who this policy is written for and protecting. And I want to speak to those that I know personally that fit in this category first, LGBTQ+. There are many of you in my life. I have family members. I have close friends. My kids have friends that are like my own kids. And they know, every one of them, and I'll state it here, I accept you. I defend your right to safety and respect and dignity, and I love you, each and every one of you. But when a parent says, this policy has me concerned, my elementary student is too young to be taught lessons on sex and gender, that doesn't mean that parent hates a certain group of people, a certain community. That parent has a legitimate question, a legitimate concern, and should not be labeled for that. When a student or their parent is concerned about who that student is sharing a bathroom with, why is the student that we're trying to protect with this policy, why are we trying to create a policy that makes that student comfortable, but not defending the comfort of the student who's doesn't feel comfortable sharing a bathroom with someone with a different anatomy? Both of them matter. Both of them matter. So that's the point of my questions. I'm trying to ensure that we are looking out for all of our students. When there's a concern about a biologically male-born athlete competing against biologically female athletes, again, that's not a message of hate. That's a legitimate concern. You can argue, and I've heard very, very good, thorough, logical arguments on both sides of that. That doesn't make one side morally right and the other side morally wrong. We need to be able to have these conversations. Policy is not written to make people feel good. we've not gone through hours and hours of discussion and questions and debate to make up to 30% of our students feel good. Do we want them to feel good? Absolutely. We are responsible for looking out for and protecting all of our students, and we have to look at the policy and ask ourselves if this is doing that. I believe there is a need for a policy. And while I'm going to state honestly that I don't think this policy is perfect. But I do see a need for it, and I am going to support it. Again, I ask those questions because it's very important for everyone to understand what this policy is not doing, which is what a lot of people are concerned about. But it's very, again, I have to make the statement. I'm very, very sad that people cannot express themselves and ask questions without being met with anger and accusations and labels. But that being said, again, my LGBTQ plus friends and family, I love you, I see you, I hear you, I accept you, and I will vote for this. But I'm just, if anyone happens to hear my statement here, let's please all do better. Let's come to the table and talk to each other with love and compassion. Thank you. Mr. Smith, you have something else?
First of all, President, I just want to thank you for your comments. It's just on a few things. I think the most important was kind of what I talked about in my remarks earlier, right? Being able to talk to people and not calling people names, but trying to come together. So, no, thank you for that. But then also, I just want to comment on those emails we've been getting, because I'm sure everyone on this board has been getting them. First, to the point of what we're teaching our students. We're not telling our students to, we're not telling our students, you have to be gay or become a transgender student, or if you don't wear the rainbow flag, you're somehow wrong. We just got a snippet of what our teachers are getting. What our students are getting, especially at the elementary school level, because I think a lot of people were very concerned about that. We had the a pre-K or kindergarten teacher showed us some books she was reading her students, right? Nothing scary about those books, nothing strange about those books. The one book said, we're trying to teach our kids to be you, teach our kids to be advocates, speak up when you see something that's wrong. I've been getting that lesson on Sesame Street since I was a little kid, right? Nothing new there. So, folks, if you're watching, don't be concerned about that, right? We're not indoctrinating your kids. 2, sports. The MPSSAA has rules on this, like the MPSSA governs sports, right? We know educational policy, they know sports. And I'm confident in their rules and their regulations, that they're fair and equitable to everyone. And lastly, to the point that I'm definitely the most tired about, and I think a lot of people are concerned about this point, and a lot of people get fired up about this point, because those people that think, of course, talking to those folks in the audience once again, those people that think that all transgender, or that transgender students pose a threat to your students. One, transgender students have been able to use bathrooms during this policy, during the guidelines and before, and I haven't heard of any cases where someone has been attacked in the bathroom. 2, you really have to date yourself, you really have to look into your heart while you're saying this. Okay, transgender students, they're not on the prowl, they're not sexual deviants, they're not predators, they're not looking for prey. They're just students who want to use the bathroom and facilities that make them feel comfortable. Stereotypes like that are outdated and they're negative. And you really have to think, why are you saying that? Are you saying it because you looked at the data? Are you saying that because there's a real problem out there? Or are you saying that because you heard a joke 30-some years ago? Right? Right? Transgender people are not just, it's not just a man wig, wearing a sports bra sitting in the back of a bathroom, right? These are real students. I've gone to school with them. They have goals, they have dreams, they have aspirations. They just want to be loved and accepted. And if we keep perpetuating these stereotypes, we're not getting there. So that's all I had to say on that. And once again, I want to thank President Ellis for bringing up the concerns of the community. And lastly, just want to say something Mr. Vogelin reminded me of, pronouns. We've had a lot of people come to the podium to say their pronouns. My pronouns are he, him. Our students all the time are saying their pronouns. Instagram, they have a new feature where you can share your pronouns. A lot of students have been doing that. So here's my charge to everyone listening. Simple. In your email, just put your pronouns in your email, right? Teachers, staff members, professionals. I mean, this not only shows your support for the LGBTQ plus community, it also stops you, if you have a unisex name, from being misgendered. I have misgendered my fair share of people, and I'm sorry. I'll probably continue doing it. But if you have, he, him, she, her, they, them, that stops that. And it's really a neat idea. It's simple, and it's really not gonna change too much other than the aesthetic of your email signature. And I don't think a lot of people care about that. So that's all I had to say. Thank you, President Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Ms. Corkadell.
Thank you. I wasn't really going to say too much more because ultimately, I think we are missing an opportunity to actually solve some problems. And awareness is very, very important. I'm all about that. I was huge in the Not My Child campaigns because that is how awareness happens. And it does start with strong leadership, and it's about boots on the ground, and it's about instituting change. I don't feel that policy is the place for just making a statement and just taking a first step. Policy does have to be comprehensive. I am abstaining tonight, not because I do not support the policy idea. I do not support the policy in its current form. I think it can be better. I think we can do better. And I think we have enough in place in the meantime. And just by virtue, I believe is what I've heard from staff and the superintendent, just this conversation alone has moved the mark. I think we have the capacity to move the mark even further. I had recommended that we hold off because I am still concerned that we're going to have to start from ground zero by simply just doing a small postponement, and I was amicable to amend to what that criteria would be if anybody had an interest in it, would have kept us in the third reader. So the worst case scenario would have been a 2-week delay between our ability to respond to what I'm pretty confident the state is going to be weighing in on at some point within the next year. And every time, as Ms. Ellis has pointed out, we have this conversation, there's a lot of pain. Isn't it about time we get beyond the pain and into real solutions? Every single time a legislator does nothing, just states positions and does not actually have the girth, the teeth to do anything about it, the can kicks down the road. The feds have just, they're playing executive order. They only play executive order when the congressmen and the US senators don't have enough will to actually do their job. We're sitting down at the very end of the receiving line on this. And as much as I respect members of our delegation weighing in and telling us how to solve their problems, this really is a state issue. All of these things get adjudicated at the federal and the state levels ultimately. And this is too important to not get absolutely right. I'm not talking about perfection in per se of where society is moving and ebbing and flowing. I'm talking about we're missing an opportunity here. And I am not going to vote on something if I do not believe that it is ready for prime time yet. I do believe that we missed opportunities to get thorough engagement from our community. And as Ms. Ellis has pointed out, there's a bunch of students there too that experience certain traumas. that can create a problem. And I think we could have solved it if we would have addressed all of the amendments to this as we did the very first one that was recognized during the first reader. And that was to publish it and give 30-day notification. And I probably would be prepared to vote if the amendments actually had a chance. The only people I heard from about the amendments were the people that were given advance notice. Well, I was only given 48 hours notice on it. I would not have rendered a vote in the last meeting on these amendments, or maybe 72 hours notice. That's not enough time to adequately make sure that the amendment's going to achieve the intended goal. Intents don't get us anywhere. And so I am disappointed that we are not solving the problems. I am hopeful that what we do tonight, that I will fully support the will of the board in, does do that. But there's a lot to be said of what Ms. Ellis had said. There was an attempt of citing motive, and there was a generalized motive made by another colleague. And that's why you don't hear from some of the people. I think it's unprofessional because thoughts are of a person. And I don't make stuff up here, and I say my heart all the time. And if I'm struggling over it, I say it out loud. And where I'm struggling is in its fulfillment of the objective. And we do have an opportunity to take our time. And so I will abstain here with unfortunate disdain and disappointment that my desire to seek solution would be construed as fear or as delay or otherwise that was attempted and spoken. And that is very unfortunate because it's just creating more divide.
I call the question.
I don't believe someone can be interrupted, and they have to be called upon in order to do so. And I would ask my members respect the public and their colleagues actually follow Robert's rules, which is in our policy. There speaks a lot about how much our people follow our policy. Thank you, President Ellis.
Ms. Howe?
Dr. Chauvin?
Aye.
Ms. Corkino?
Abstain.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Frank?
Nay.
And Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
6 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative, 1 abstention. Motion passes.
Thank you, Mr. Vogelin. Next, we have policy or item 4.09, policy homeschool code IFQ first reading.
So good evening. For the record, again, Jeanette Ortiz, Legislative and Policy Counsel. The Division of Advanced Studies and Programs is bringing policy IFQ, homeschool, before you on first reading. This policy was last revised on October 11th, 2006. Policy IFQ has been updated to align with state law and regulations regarding home instruction. It will be on the AACPS website for a 30-day public comment period, and I am happy to answer any questions you may have.
Ms. Antwine?
Thank you. My only question is about the established set of procedures in a homeschool environment. So if a parent requests to homeschool, they're given some kind of guidance on how to do that. Is that what this is saying?
Yeah, so this is just essentially setting forth the state, law and regulations which allow parents to provide home instruction, and so they must meet requirements that are set forth by the Maryland State Department of Education However, each school system has, I use the word oversight very loosely, kind of like an oversight. And so the parent, which, and this is spelled out in regulations, you know, would fill out like this notification to the school system that again is aligned with MSD requirements that they intend to provide home instruction, and they must meet certain requirements established by the state of Maryland. And then we have an office here in ASCPS that that just reviews and verifies and does, you know, annual reviews as required by the state.
Excellent. And then I have a technical change, if I could, under Charlie, position number 2, where it says in accordance with the Code of Maryland regulations, the superintendent shall. I'm recommending that we delete under number 2 the first shall.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
How did we miss that? You know, thank you.
Thank you, President Ellis.
Yeah, I see no more lights. I'll just make a statement as someone who was a homeschool parent, and I serve on the policy committee. I did ask a number of questions, as you know, and I'm comfortable, I believe, with this policy where it is at this point, noting that there's no real changes to what's happening.
Right. So it's the, thank you for bringing that up. There's no change to what we're doing as a school system. It's just that the language needed to be cleaned up and revised to align with language that's in state regulations. But as far as, you know, how we operate our home instruction office, no change at all. This is not stylistic because there are some what could be considered substantive changes, but essentially it's stylistic. The actual process, procedures, expectations are all the same.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. Okay, so I guess that will go up for 30-day.
Yep, 30-day public comment period. Thank you.
Thank you so much,
Thank
Ms.
you.
Ortiz.
Thank you, Ms. Ortiz, as always.
Item 4.10, administrative personnel appointments. Dr. Arlotto.
Madam President, thank you. I recommend that the personnel listed on the attached sheets be promoted and/or appointed.
So moved.
Second. Second. Oh, okay. I didn't hear it. Okay. Ms. Howe.
Dr. Tobin,
Aye.
Ms. Corkadon,
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth,
Aye.
Mr. Smith,
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim, oh, sorry. Ms. Frank,
Aye.
Ms. Ellis.
Aye.
6-0, motion passes.
Okay. Item 4.11, sabbatical. Dr. Arlotto.
Thank you, Madam President. I recommend to the board that the sabbatical leave request be approved.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Ms. Howe.
Dr. Tobin,
Aye.
Ms. Corkadon,
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth,
Aye.
Mr. Smith,
Aye.
Ms. Frank,
Aye.
Ms. Ellis.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0.
Okay. Next we have item 4.12, the 2021 Educational Facilities Master Plan. Dr. Arlotto.
Yes, Madam President, thank you. I recommend board approval of the 2021 Educational Facilities Master Plan.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Tobin. Good evening. Are you going to read us line by line the master plan?
We're starting from the back this time. I'm going to work forward. No, there is no presentation. We're glad to answer any
Okay.
questions you may have.
Okay. Seeing no lights, I'm going to ask a question or two, and then if anyone thinks of anything. But good evening. Thanks for coming back. So it is a mighty hefty document. Can you highlight anything that we should put our, give our attention to? Any changes? Have you had unexpected changes in enrollment in certain areas or anything like that?
Good evening, Alex Shaknova, Chief Operating Officer.
Lisa Seaman Crawford, Director of Facilities.
So the page of the book I always think, and you can write this down, always encourage everybody to really look at is page 13 in the master plan, print page 13. And it really gives a sort of a 10 years looking backwards and a 10 years looking forward perspective of the school district. Absent this near term, pandemic related sort of enrollment downdraft. I mean, we are a rapidly growing school district. We are year in and year out, typically on a percentage basis, about the third fastest growing school district. And we've gained about 10,000 kiddos over the past decade, again, Xing out the current year. And we are projected to pick up many more students in the years ahead. So it is incumbent upon us to ensure that that we continue to be mindful of our capital facilities footprint going forward. I think this demographic document really is one of the three seminal documents that this school district produces. All school districts in the state of Maryland have to produce the education facility master plan that really speaks more to demography, capacity, and utilization. And then we've got our comprehensive maintenance plan. It really takes the pulse of the facilities and documents, the state of the infrastructure. And then those two documents kind of come together at the capital improvement program. Here locally is at the backbone, we've got our strategic facility utilization master plan. But this really will sort of show you numerically. And then right behind that, there's three pretty important charts that, again, I use when I'm out on the road. The very next page will show you what we are going to be experiencing in the high school arena. So we are going to continue to see enrollment growth going forward through time at the high schools. Now, if you were to look back at these same charts years ago, you would have seen this sort of bubble or wave coming through the elementaries, come through the middle, and now it's going to be appearing in the high schools. The next chart behind that shows the middle schools, right? Still growing, but not growing as rapidly because that large baby boom echo has sort of made its way through the system. And if you flip the page again to the elementary schools, and then Mr. Mosher's pulling it up, you'll see two things. One, again, growth, but more moderate than at the high school. But to your point, President Ellis, this is really where you see that enrollment dip. So it really is at the youngest ages that you see this very transient enrollment dip. Not just us here within the school district, Ms. Seaman Crawford, her demographers, our Office of School Performance, but across the state of Maryland, this is where all of us have seen this dip. I know that we've had extensive conversations with our colleagues and with the State Department of Planning and State Department of Education. And the General Assembly, even in this most recent session with some of their actions regarding fiscal calculations, essentially everybody's looking through the pandemic. And by looking through, I don't mean disregarding. What I'm saying is the trajectory that we were on, in all likelihood, will pick back up. So there's a transient effect. And again, you can see it here in the elementary school, much more pronounced. In fact, our high school numbers went up in terms of our enrollment. So, but we believe that this will self-correct, and between this September, and I know we're talking about the virtual school, right? So those students will count as well for the school district. But we think we'll have this course correction, and then we'll be sort of back to where we were. Anne Arundel County remains a very desirable place to live. We have a lot of in-migration here. We still do have a lot of growth and development. We just recently passed a general development plan that we remain very cognizant and monitor that, and we'll continue to participate in the small area planning committees that are going to be doing their work here. And all of that's going to help better shape and inform this. We have a wonderful relationship with the county government. Our planning, the planning and zoning office at the county and Ms. Seaman Crawford's staff communicate backwards and forwards routinely to sort of allow us to keep the ear to the ground on impending growth and development and zoning trends. So those would be sort of the high level observations, would really be the numbers in the first chart, and then these three graphical representations.
Okay, it's really interesting to see a visual of what the pandemic has done. Because, I mean,
where it occurred.
Right.
And really where it occurred.
It completely makes sense. I mean, you know, kids, younger students, elementary students sitting and doing school on a screen is just not as easy or doable as older students. Not that it was easy. Certainly wasn't easy in my house. But then the other side of that is parents probably saying, I'm not paying tuition for my kid to sit in front of a screen, so I'm going to send them to high school. It's just interesting. But I'm glad we're moving out of this. So glad. Thank you. Ms. Schalheim?
Thanks. And I apologize if I missed it when I was in the back getting some water. So our confidence looks pretty strong that we're just going to rebound without skipping a beat. Is that, what are we basing that on? Because I also, you know, to President Ellis's point, I also think people get into a routine, you know, they experience a lot of change and disruption in their lives. We all did. And, you know, maybe they caught their stride somewhere else. So what is our confidence based on that it'll just tick right back up?
Well, again, as I indicated, this is, you know, basically the prevailing wisdom of the demographers that are in the same profession as ours here in Anne Arundel County, and conversations with the instructional experts at the other jurisdictions and at the state of Maryland, both at MSDE and the Maryland State Department of Planning. I mean, this is a planning document.
Yeah.
You know, let's talk a year from now and see how the actuals turned out, right?
It'll be an interesting comparison for sure. Thank you for this.
Yeah. I mean, I will say, now this is a pandemic. This is very different, but you know, we've been through this, you know, in a way before, right? We saw what happened in the economic recession, and it was almost the inverse, right? We picked up many students, and everybody thought, gosh, as soon as the economy recovers, we were going to lose all those students back to the private sector. But guess what? They actually liked it here. They learned about Anne Arundel County and the many terrific offerings that we have, and the clubs and the sports and everything else, and they stayed. So we're hoping that the ones that were here before certainly return back to us in short order.
Okay. Ms. Antwine?
So realizing 2020 and 2021 was a very unique school year in terms of enrollment. Is that considered when, for example, if we look at Van Bocklin for the year, it was only the year before it was filled, it was over capacity, and then this most recent year is only at 64%. So when we're looking for student per pupil funding, for example, are those kinds of hits considered at the state level?
Yes, and I referenced that a little bit earlier when the General Assembly adopted the funding formulas this year. They completely discounted the enrollment drop, this transient 1 year dip down. So all of the state funding algorithms, the county government's maintenance of effort calculations for funding were not predicated on September 30 of 2020, because we know that there was this very drastic temporary sort of artificial downdraft. They were all calculated actually based on September 30 of 2019.
Okay.
So the fiscal authorities at the state and the county basically discounted this temporary activity on the funding side.
Okay, and then my other question concerns the Title I entitlement. Do these numbers make that difference as well as at the federal level?
Same thing. So there is so the federal government essentially has provided, in recognition of this transient phenomenon, basically a grace window. And so if you were Title I pre-pandemic, you would not lose your Title I status based on this past year's counts, because again, they're artificially suppressed. So essentially the federal government in the Title I arena for funding created like a hold harmless type of arrangement.
Oh, excellent. Okay, and then one more question. Those schools that did maybe the opposite, where they didn't take a hit, but they grew in enrollment, are those those increases also being considered in the same way?
Yes. So our up in the Office of School Performance, they monitor enrollments. And again, we had schools that increased, and high schools were an example, right? So they do monitor those enrollments. And now that we're heading into summer and we have new folks that are going to be enrolling into the district, they numerically take the temperature, the enrollment temperature of the schools on a weekly basis and make staffing decisions based on that. So they're very attuned to real-time data gathering
Good.
for those staffing factors.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We do have a motion on the table, don't we? Just making sure. I couldn't recall. Okay. And thank you very much. Ms. Howe?
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Ms. Crocodile?
Aye.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Silkwood?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Item 4.13, appointment of ethics panel. I believe I just seeking a motion, correct?
President,
This is,
a motion to appoint members as listed.
Second. Okay. No discussion? So Ms. Howe, we have a motion to appoint the members of the ethics panel.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Ms. Crocodile?
Aye.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Silkwood?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Okay. Section 5, consent award of contracts.
President Ellis, motion to bundle item 5.01 to 5.07.
Or do you want to go all the way to
No.
5.11?
No, yep. A few more. 5.0, motion to bundle items 5.01 to 5.11.
Second?
5.11. 5.11.
Why do you have a different one than I do?
Oh, is it different?
What?
This is the Okay, we have a motion and a second. Before I seek consent on bundling, Mr. Smith, are you sure? Because now you're going to be getting out of here much quicker.
Yes.
All right. Do I have consent to bundle?
Yes.
Yes. All righty. Dr. Arlotto.
Yes, Madam President, members of the board, I recommend the award of contracts as listed on today's agenda, 5.01 through 5.11.
So moved.
Second.
Ms. Frank?
I hate to do this. I just have a quick question, and you can give me a very brief answer. The Wixie program, can you just tell me how that would be used and give me just a tiny bit of what that is? I mean, I'm reading it. I'm just not as tech savvy as I would like to be.
Good evening. Mrs. Frank, that's a great question. Wixie is the coolest kind of program. You would love, all of you would love to see it. It actually is a program that allows students to be creators of information. Think of Adobe Photoshop for young students and older students at ease. The learning curve is much smaller. You can be creative. You can use art supplies in the visual world, in the visual world. You can use text, drawing tools that are very simple to use, and it's got features where teachers can put in text and storylines, and then the students can create from there. It's a great tool, and it's being used by thousands of kids this year.
Dr. McMahon, you seem thrilled that question was asked. Congratulations.
It is definitely
And
cool.
thank you for that. I see no more lights, so I believe we can vote.
Madam President,
Yes.
respectfully request that our student member of the board respectfully request that our student member of the board be allowed to make the motion to adjourn.
We're not on that yet. We have to vote on the contracts.
Okay, so when we do get that, can we? Where did I
And you
go?
stole my thunder, but go ahead.
No, I'll give it back. I'm standing by. Thank you.
Ms. Howell.
Dr. Coben?
Aye.
Ms. Corcoran?
Aye.
Ms. Antoine?
Aye.
Mr. Stokeworth?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
All right. Our policy committee meeting will be Tuesday, July 6th, 11 a.m. General board meeting Wednesday, July 7th at noon. Do I have a motion?
I thought we were gonna go for the record tonight. Well, President, for one final time, I motion to adjourn.
Second. Second. Do I have consensus? Mr. Smith? Do that for you, but-